Hello and welcome at the 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup here in Batumi, seaside of Georgia. Today we do have second day, first round in case, and we are your host for today. I am Women Grandmaster Khotenashvil, and we do have our chess expert, Grandmaster Valerie Khotenashvil.
Hello, everybody.
Valerie, today is the day when some of the players are must-win situation and some of the players have to score a victory, otherwise they will go to the tie breaks tomorrow. And basically everyone wants to have day off tomorrow to have
Yes,
some,
yes.
time to relax.
Yes, that's true. We know that we have a very long tournament, so saving the energies for the chess players could be the decisive thing. We have some unexpected results yesterday. Mostly we have. Okay, I don't count unexpected result when somebody with a black color do draw with a lower rated opponent. I think it's okay. We are talking about that yesterday. But losing the game in this system is a
A bit
little bit,
tricky.
yes,
Yeah.
dangerous. And okay, I will
We
just
do
tell
have,
you that
we have
the two
actually the
results.
graphics to pull it up on the screen. So let's take a look what has happened in the first day. But before that, we have to talk a little bit about the format as well. We do have 107 participants from 46 federations. And in the first round, we are having 86 players playing today in the classical time control, which means that the players have 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per each move, and after 40 moves, they will get 30 minutes of the increment time. And we have to take into the consideration that the top 3 players gonna go to the candidates tournament. And here we have the prize fund as well in the round 1. 43 players will receive the money, which is total 161,250. So this
US dollars.
prize fund is pretty
Actually, I
amazing.
love the final prize for the first place. This is $50,000. $50,000 for the
$50,000.
winner.
Yes. So we have to check it out what is happening in the playing venue. So let's now check it out if we have some players already at the board. We have a lot of players at the board as well. And we're gonna have some more details from the venue, obviously. But we need to talk about the results of yesterday and see what upsets we had. Valerie, this what you wanted to talk about.
So, actually, in the top 10, we don't have too much unexpected results. On the first board, Ip Carissa won against Wilson Hanna. That was quite nice game and nice performance from Carissa. On the second board, Juliana Evie was playing with the white colors against Solakidu Stavrola. It was a quite long game, but Stavrola took the advantage and won the game. Next is Khotenashvil against Esperanza, as I remember. Bella also won her game. There is only one result there, where was playing Ning Isabel with the white colors against Gunina Valentina, and the game ended up on draw. So Gunina has to win her next game if she wants to qualify without tie breaks.
Yeah, and now it's time to go to the playing venue and check out what is the situation there.
Greetings from Batumi, where we are live in the playing hall, where game 2 of round 1 is about to begin. For some, today is a bit easier, having won their first game, but for others, it's a make or break, where they are forced to secure a victory or draw to make it to the playoffs. We have here our youngest participant of the event, Devinda Oshini. Devinda, how are you doing?
Good.
How do you feel about your game yesterday, and how did you prepare for today's game?
Yesterday I lost the game. I really didn't play well. Today I don't normally prepare.
So, what do you think will make you play better today?
I will just concentrate and just play.
And you just came off of winning the junior championships, right? How is that preparation gone into this event? Do you feel confident from that?
Yes, I feel more confident.
Well, good luck, Ashini, and we'll talk to you again later. As I said, some players have one game today to make it through to playoffs tomorrow. And at the top boards, there weren't really any decisive upsets, as our commentators have told you. So let's see what happens. Stay tuned to the broadcast. Back to the studio.
We had a lovely interview with youngest participant of the FIDE Women's World Cup here in Batumi, Ashini from Sri Lanka. She was so shy to talk, and she said that her game yesterday was not so good, but we count it as a good job from her side. And one of the upsets that we had on the top board was Gunina's game, in fact, and her opponent was a star of
Yes,
the match.
that's
We
so.
have to also mention just 15 years old from New Zealand. She did a great job. We remember that game. I'm very much looking forward to that match actually
Yeah, she
today.
blundered. She blundered. She was upset, but later she found out the best move to save the game.
And here we have, this is the first board for today. Yep,
This is
Carissa
also
is
Hannah,
missing.
right?
From the board, and on the right now on the screen we do have Hannah Wilson for Barbados. She is trying to focus. She's trying to get ready for the
Yeah, she is in the
game.
tough situation, let's say. I mean, from the point of view of the tournament, she lost with the white colors, and now she is playing with the black. We understood that the difference in rating is quite much, but still, everybody has the ambition to go to the next stage. So, of course, she will try to do her best.
Yeah, what do you think about when your opponent is missing from the board and is not there? How does that make you feel?
Uh, Actually, I don't mind if the opponent will not be there at all. Mostly first 1 hour.
And then he got the loss, and yeah. I
Oh,
like
yeah,
that approach.
sometimes somebody is paying attention on that, but I don't think it is any special fact. Uh, the decisive part is on the board, right? Right on the
We
board,
know
not
that
at the
Magnus
board.
Carlsen is the one who is always late at the game. He barely arrives the board early, and he likes to surprise his opponent and make the opponent wait. There can be a bit of psychological aspect as well. Somehow,
Yeah,
you are
sometimes
trying
somebody is thinking that if the opponent is late, it's not kind of a respectful thing,
Yeah.
you know. Some of them is thinking like that, but sometimes we have the reasons that we are late, mostly when it's not zero tolerance there in the tournament. Once, well, by the way, once I remember, Katie, I was playing the Open tournament in Germany, and I was living quite far away from the playing venue, and it was a huge winter there with big snow and so on, and we physically could not be there on time
Oh,
on
yeah.
the game because it was 2 rounds a day, and once I will not say the last name of that grandmaster. When I was late, he refused to shake the hands. And later I was explaining to him that it's not like, you know, that I just was late. No, it was actually necessary the time to get to from my place to the playing venue. But now on the official tournaments, of course, most of the players are living on the same place that the
hotel
playing
there, yeah,
playing
they're in
venue
the
is.
hotel.
So to be on time, of course, it's much better.
And here
Here we are.
Stavrula just arrived at the board. Solakidou, the superstar from Greece. She's facing Ive Liana from Indonesia, women freedom master. They also had quite nice and long game.
Yeah.
Big fight.
It
Let's
was a
see
big
what
fight.
today
It
brings
was a big
to
fight
us.
in the end game. in the end game. Of course, Stavroula has a big advantage. Yeah, as we said, we can repeat that winning the game in this system of the tournament is a big advantage. It's giving you a big advantage. But of course, we have a lot of facts also of coming backs.
Yeah, you know, if I am a participant of this tournament, my strategy would be to train a lot in rapid and blitz chess before the event, like
That's true.
intensively, and to have some solid opening. So obviously, like if you play chess professionally, you have solid opening, and then to try to make some easy draws and go to the rapid and blitz games, and then
That's one of the
dominate.
decisive parts. We can say that about 30% depends on that when you are going to the rapid, to the tie breaks. Of course, it's very important to be ready for that schedule, for that kind of game.
Yeah, and on the screen we have
And
Grandmaster. Sorry to interrupt you.
yeah, on the same time, you have to be very well prepared on the openings because in the rapid, of course, it is a very important thing to don't spend a lot of time in the openings.
Exactly, exactly. On the screen we can see Grandmaster Bella Khotenashvili from Georgia. She is a rating favorite with 2418 rating points. Her opponent is international master Cajita Esperanza from Angola. And
And
here we
here
have
we
the
are.
first move. E4 is on the board. They have just started the second game of the first round.
So we have the Spanish game there
Spanish game.
with
Indeed.
Esperanza and Bella Khotenashvili. Also on the video on the next board, could you tell me please, this is Danielian with the black colors, right?
It is board 11, and it is a Danalian, very experienced grandmaster, European champion, playing her game. And let me check what is her
Okay,
situation.
so I already have the moves here that we can begin taking a look at the moves. So this is a game Esperanza against Bella Khotenashvili. As we said, we have here the Spanish game. So nothing special is happening there in the opening for
Yeah,
now.
I have to admit I don't really fancy Spanish opening, to be honest. It's very solid, obviously, at the high level. This is very good choice to play, but not too much of the fireworks at the beginning. We should not expect. But this is actually a very interesting line, right? C3. White is trying
Yes,
to control
but
the center.
D3. White
Ah.
decided to play D3. D4 is more aggressive, more tricky, but more risky also. Let's take a look at the first board. Wilson Hanna with white playing against Ib Carissa. We remind you that in the first game, Carissa won, and now she's with black colors. We have here King's Indian with H3. Okay, maybe it's just changing the move order, otherwise H3 is not the main line here. Oh, H3, E3. This is something different and this is something interesting, definitely, and it's a preparation, that's for sure, H3, E3, but I don't think it will be so problematic for black, even if black plays E5 here. I don't think that there is any big
Very
troubles.
interesting choice of pawn structure here, right? Basically, when you play G3, you don't play E3, you go with
Yes.
E4.
Yes, and the H3, E3 was last moves
That
with
was
white.
kind of the moves that you are a bit careful not to allow your opponent to play bishop to G4 or knight to G4. And then about E3, I think white wants to develop the knight on E2 and then to castle on the
Yes, on the same
short
time,
side.
black also has its game, like knight E2, knight D7, for example, castle, queen E7. Sorry, black is quite okay here. Okay, let's go to the next. Oh, a very interesting game should be here. Gunina Valentina playing against Ning Isabel Yushuan. They drew the first game. They drew the first game, and Gunina will try to win. Definitely, she will do her best with white colors to win her game today. To don't go to the tie breaks or eliminate it at all. Who knows? You know, everything
Exactly.
happens.
Anything can happen in this tournament. And if you are a little bit unlucky, that can be quite crucial for you. Because basically, you might not have a second chance. This is a knockout
There is
system. You
no
might
second
just
chance.
have
No
to
second
book
chance.
your
Yeah,
tickets
losing the
to.
game here, it's very dangerous. But, you know, for example, if we compare the round robin tournament to this system, in round robin, it's okay. For example, if you lose one game, yeah, you can get back then later. But in this tournament, losing one game costs too much.
Exactly, Valentina Gonina with white pieces. We do have King's Indian, which is actually a very
Yes.
sharp opening.
Yes,
We
it
might
is.
have some nice
Yes, it is.
fireworks on the board, and obviously
And we have
that's
bishop
exactly what
g5
we are looking
system.
forward to see.
So castle. Let's see what Gonina will choose here, putting e4 or e3. She put e3. She put e3, so we have another e3 system here. Black also could develop the pieces without any special troubles. So it's just typical, and the main thing here to push e5, right? e5
Exactly.
or c5, but e5 mostly. So after knight d7, for example, bishop e2, e5.
Can castle, is it? Castle?
Castle and c6 maybe. Makes sense. It's
Then
almost
queen can go on c7, and
Yes.
black has to take care of the light square bishop from on c8 to develop this now.
Yes, we'll do it later. We will prepare developing it later. But for now, black has quite promising position. It's mostly equal. Next game, February Jesse against Ushenina. They had a very interesting game yesterday where Ushenina took the advantage. And today she is playing with black colors. Jessie will try her best to get back her chances and to take the revenge. So it was e4, c5, Sicilian, with knight c3, e5. Wow, that's quite interesting.
Very interesting approach. Black is just controlling the center right away and says, I'm not
But
going
giving
to
up the
allow you
light
to play
squares
d4.
in the center on the same time. So bishop c4, Jesse started using it immediately. e3, bishop e7, and probably the next move will be castle here. You
Yep.
remember that pose? I mean,
Yeah, that just ahead.
she loves to be like that.
Yes.
That you could not understand the screen is frozen or not.
Yes, that's true.
So I think castle has to be done. Castle. Knight f6. Now knight g5 is not so dangerous. Connected to f7 pawn is not dangerous. Otherwise, it could be quite interesting, by the way, to push f4 and start a straight attack on the king side. Later on, if black will do some random move, for example, I will push f5, get the advantage on the king side, and start the huge attack there. Let's see. This is a moment. Knight d2. Wow.
Knight to d2 without a castle. You
That's
move the
something
knight
quite-
away. What is?
So knight
I
goes
think
to
knight
d5.
f1. Knight f1, knight
Knight
e3,
goes to d5.
knight to d5.
So next idea could be here, then here, and then here.
Exactly, and you know what? I think I like this idea because if you could do it after castle as well, but then the rook will be on f1,
Yes,
right? Then you
then
have
you are
to play
losing the
extra.
tempo.
Exactly.
Let's see, if she will play knight f1, then this is what we are talking about.
Yeah, the knight for sure goes towards d5. This is the
Definitely not
best square.
b1.
No, not the b1.
Yes, it is f1. We have that move.
Knight to f1, going directly to shortcut to d5, and this pawn structure that Ushanina set up on the board weakens the light squares. Bishop to g4 has been played. I love that move. It provokes
F3.
white. It provokes f3. And yes, I do have the weaknesses on the light squares, but I'm gonna make the weaknesses for you on the dark squares as well. And this move, we prefer to have pawn on f2, not on f3.
Yes, definitely. After f3, I think Ushanina will play bishop e6 to control the d5 square. So, I mean, this f3 and bishop e6. f3 happened. But by itself, that idea, knight d2, knight f1, is kind of, how to say it in English, very Petrosiani.
It's like the kind of manner. And
Yeah, knight e3, you see? Bishop e6, knight e3.
so what do you think if black captures on c4, which she will not do, white should capture it with the pawn and open up the d file?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Yeah, well, with the pawn, why not? Yeah, because, for example, if white captures with the knight, maybe there will be even d5. Also possible. I don't think Ushanina will capture on c4. Seems like just a quiet move like queen d7 or castle. Even knight d4 is okay. Let's see. Let's see what Ushanina will choose here. It's a bit interesting moment. That's why we stay on this game a little bit more compared to the previous games. And castle. Yes, we have castle. I think that's it. Now we can go to the next game.
I'm suggesting to go to the game which is not on the top board, so we might not have the cameras on that board. But we do have two young Georgians playing at the event, and both of them actually scored yesterday, which they created this upset that we were looking for, right?
Yes.
So I'm suggesting to go to the game of Kesaria.
Geladze.
Geladze and
She's playing against the
Pam Le
from Vietnam.
From Vietnam,
right?
she's actually quite experienced player. I remember her at many events. She's a women grandmaster, and also she holds the international master title. As we mentioned, she's so experienced player. She had played the World Cup several times. And it was a bit of upset to lose against a youngster,
Yes,
obviously,
definitely it is.
lower rated than you. But look at the game.
Let's
She's
take a
now
look.
with black pieces in must-win situation. And the position is totally crazy.
Yes, let's take a look. It was a Caracan with knight f3, knight c3 variation. h5 is very interesting. Kesaria faced it with h4 to stop the pawn. And this is a position
Bishop
that we have
b4.
right now. It's very interesting to suggest the move for white in this moment. Bishop b4. The point of bishop b4 could be pinning this pawn to don't allow move ahead on d3. But is it so important? Or I'm missing any other idea of bishop b4?
Well, in my opinion, it just provokes c3 because this is so natural move. c3 has been, in fact, being played by white, and black responded very fast, bishop to c5. So I have a feeling this was her intentions to provoke c3.
Yes, but I have just a simple question. For example, I will not play c3 at all, and I will
But it
continue.
was already in the game.
Yes, we just don't have it yet,
Yes.
but I'm just saying that what's going on if I play with white bishop g2 instead of c3, bishop g2, and just a castle then.
That's probably the correct approach to mid. moves like bishop to b4, which actually hits nothing.
Yes.
It's not the natural square for the bishop to develop.
It just
It
provokes
clearly
c3.
provokes c3, yeah.
So, c3 and bishop c5.
That's the position. I just wonder if white also goes to b4. Then what is the whole idea? Probably
So
bishop
bishop
stays on
b6.
b6. And white has this issue with the dark square bishop. It's
Maybe
a bit
bishop
locked.
b2.
Bishop to b2.
Yeah, the point of bishop b2 is that on knight d7, with the idea of knight e5, I can just capture on d4.
That's
And it will
extra
be
pawn.
pawn up. So, or bishop b6 and bishop b2. Black could play knight e7
Yeah. Or knight f6 as well.
or knight f6 as well, and I think already to put the bishop on c4 with white. It makes sense. Okay, that will be a very interesting game, that's for sure. Let's see how they will continue there. Let's take a look at another Georgian girl which won her game against Anna Matnadze-Vujashvili. Let's take a look.
Yeah, Anastasia Kirtadze with white pieces. Now, she can
Oh, it's just
make
the
a
beginning.
draw.
Yes, she's okay
and
with draw.
qualify to the next
She needs to
stage.
draw with the white pieces to qualify for the next round, but here we have only 2 moves. So let's get back to the top board. We stopped at Ushenina's game, and after knight e3, she's thinking. So let's move to the next game. This is Schuchman Anna against Canino Ruelle. Schuchman won her game yesterday, and today she's with the white pieces, having this position after move number 6. Let's take a look what was happening before that. Oh, that's very interesting opening, by the way, in French to play knight ge2. This is quite interesting line, quite solid for white. This is what happened. And Canino is thinking, of course, white wants to get back this pawn, and they're going to have pair of the bishop advantage. Yeah, this is very important. So dark square bishop on g5 does not have the opponent, so it could dominate on the board. So maybe h6 must be done here to force them, for example, to capture on f6. Queen takes f6 and knight takes e4. And in this case, black is minus plus, okay, of course, slightly better position for white. Or if after h6, white plays bishop h4, then I think g5 is possible. Bishop g3 and just knight c6. At least black is pawn up here. So
It's a very good position, lovely position. You also are going to d4 pawn right now.
Yes.
And if white plays some move like knight to b5 to hit the pawn on c7.
Yes,
there
so
was
after
knight
h6, I think white just have to capture
Yeah,
on
has to
f6.
capture.
And you know, this is a very comfortable position with white when you already won the first game. Because you are not risking anything. You
Anything
have
at all.
slightly better position. You can play next 100 moves without risking anything.
And the draw is a good result indeed. Valerie, we have to right away go to the game of Coulon Claudia, Miranda Rodriguez Tania, board 8. We do have first fireworks already on this board. Maybe we can refresh the board because we do have. And we lost all the moves.
Here we are. We got them back. We just refreshed
We
it.
got the bag.
So
Okay,
we have to
it
go
on the
to the game of Claudia. Here we are. Oh, perfect. Perfect. What's going on here?
Yeah, 95 has been just played by Coulon Claudia. This is quite typical sacrifice of a piece here in
And
Sicily.
quite her
but
style.
It's her style. But we have to take this into consideration that a2 pawn is hanging.
Yes.
This might be a game changer. And we have to just dive in into the position. What is
Let's go.
happening if black takes this piece?
Yeah, first of all, let's consider if black takes the piece on d5, so we have to capture it. He takes d5, and for example, bishop d7. Here could be bishop takes f6,
Pawn
g
takes
takes f6, and queen
to
takes, right?
f6. Bishop on e7, and the rook on h8 are hanging at the same time, and there's no save for the game. Instead of
Yes.
bishop to d7, there is a possibility to, after taking on d5, to take queen to d5. And
It will
in
be
that
bishop
case,
takes f6, right?
the best would be just to move the queen away.
Wow,
Let's say queen to f4,
wow.
hitting the black screen, and now black is really struggling. Let's say queen to a5 back.
What about queen takes a2? It will be the same
Queen
thing.
to a2, yes. And now
Bishop
there is a
takes f6.
tactic. Rook to e7, king d7, queen to d6, and rook to e1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it till the end. Rook
Yeah,
takes
let's do
e4, knight takes e4, and queen e7 checkmate. Nice.
Exactly. So you cannot take this knight with the pawn, obviously, because you can't afford to open up the e file. That's
So
too
let's
strong.
consider queen takes a2.
Queen takes to a2 right away. Let's take a look at that.
But what about knight c7 and just taking the exchange?
Yeah, we can see that on the board. White can just go for that. King to d7, knight takes the rook. And basically here, if you don't take the knight on a8, if you just give a check, the white king is fine on d2.
Absolutely
And
fine.
after queen to a5, you have very strong move here,
b4. With
attacking
tempo.
the queen, covering the king, and you
Game
have
over.
time now.
And
e5
game over.
next move, knight e5 next
Yes.
move. It is simply winning for white.
Yes. So after knight c7, king d7, knight takes a8, rook takes a8. Has to be done. Knight e5 check still.
Knight
Makes
e5
sense,
is very, very strong, and you can even go pawn e5 because, as we see in the line, there is no danger to white's king.
Yes, king goes on d2 anytime, and in case of queen a5 check, we have b4 always. So then what to suggest to black to do?
What's the best move to play after knight to d5? Now we can
Knight.
see black dip into the thoughts. What she can do is she can take on d5 with the bishop. If you
The
take with
bishop.
a knight, that's also very interesting. After
He
this move,
takes,
it takes
right?
d5, and if bishop takes on d5, then we have bishop takes on bishop g5. Okay, bishop g5 check.
Knight takes.
Knight takes g5, and
And now black could not capture this because of queen d5.
yeah, exactly.
That's
There's
a
a king.
fact. Okay, so bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes d5
move.
is the best option here. And now after pawn takes d5, you just ignore everything and you play h6. Ask the white bishop
Awesome.
to take on f6 or not
That's
to take
awesome.
on f6.
Bishop h4, for example.
Bishop
in that
goes on
case,
h4.
g5, right?
And right now,
What's going on g5?
5 is very
What's going
interesting
on?
move. But after g5, white is ready to sacrifice this bishop and takes d6.
Take the bishop.
Take the bishop, and then we do have e takes f7 check.
Oh, another rook e7. Right? Rook
Another rook
e7,
e7.
king takes, queen takes d6, king f7, and knight e5 check. Oh my gosh, there is a checkmate there. King
Checkmate
g7.
coming.
And here we are. Another checkmate.
Yeah, the beautiful one. So after bishop to d5, pawn takes d5, h6,
Bishop h4.
bishop h4, and you take on a2 now. And what's the difference, right? You can take the pawn on e6. Now you take pawn f to e6, and the queen from a2, in fact, supports the
Supporting,
pawn on
yeah.
e6.
Crazy game.
And you're on time to make a draw. You know what? 95 is a very nice practical choice here. You're not blundering anything. Maybe you are not
Creating the
gaining
troubles,
anything.
but creating the
Black has
troubles.
to play the only moves. You have to
That's
find bishop
important.
to d5 now. Then you have to find h6 next move. Because any other move leads you into huge trouble. Let's say if not h6 and if black plays natural move like e5, like bishop takes d5, pawn takes d5, and e5. Very natural move, right? You want to
Take.
close the position. Yes, you just take the pawn on e5, sacrificing
Take.
the knight, and take on e5. Bishop on e7 is hanging. Good luck to survive in this position.
Yes. For example, castle is the only move already. Then queen takes e7, and nobody cares about queen takes a2 at all. We can capture on f6. As well, we can just simply play queen a3, but I don't want to go back, and just taking on f6 is giving a big advantage. Okay. Thanks for suggesting this game, Katy. That was actually a pleasure to take a look at that.
I think we're going to come back here in a few minutes when we have some more moves.
Yes,
and
that
we
will
have
be
some
quite
updates.
interesting.
Yes.
And here, where we stopped, Banana against Canino, exactly the same thing happened that we were talking about. h6 was in the game, take on f6, take on e4, and queen h5. I'm not sure queen h5 is so necessary. Maybe just bishop d3 was also enough to have that slightly better position. And let's see later where to put that queen. Maybe not on h5, and maybe on e2 it will be more flexible. But Anna decided to put it on h5. And after knight d7, she started thinking, it's a little bit strange for me, just for me, that the player is playing such an important move and thinking later. I mean, I think it was better to think before queen h5. I'm not saying it's a bad move. No, I'm not saying. I'm talking about the mindset. Yes, on queen h5, what to consider here from the opponent, from black? Definitely knight d7, the most obvious
Very
move.
natural move, yeah.
Yes, and after knight d7, when you start thinking, it means that something was wrong with queen h5. I mean, it just was not necessary to develop the queen, as in the old books, you know, developing the queen is good later, after
Yeah,
the castle.
not to bring it too early.
Okay, but anyway, still, of course, the position for white should be slightly better, but one detail here that I see is that black is preparing e5. If black pushes e5, and there is nothing dangerous happening for them, then we can say that they are equalizing the position completely. So, against the e5, what can white do? Maybe f4. f4 is kind of too active when our pieces are not developed and staying on the first rank.
Exactly, and somehow I have a feeling that white is missing the knight.
Yes, on
Knight in
f3.
the position. You need the knight on f3 to create
Here
knight
after
d5,
knight f6,
knight d5 with threads. And to have this pawns in the endgame push forward, it will be in black's favor.
Yes, yes. So that's why I still think that in this position it was better to develop like bishop d3. And on knight d7, okay, here I will play f4. I'll play f4 here. And on knight f6, compared to that position, I already developed my bishop on d3, and my queen on h5 is not hanging. So I'm not forced to move with the queen again. I can, of course, put it on f3, for example, but at least I already have the bishop on d3.
Valerie, the best suggestion by the engine in the current position after knight to d7 is to play queen h5 to f3. Stopping
Going
knight
back.
to get on f6, obviously, because in that case, black has to be ready
So
to
that's already
double
wrong.
the pawns.
I mean, something wrong with queen h5.
How easy is that move to be found, right? To
Long castle.
Ooh. Wait a minute, that was her idea from the very beginning to just
To do the long castle.
yeah, to just empty the square for the king. Okay. Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah, but still, black could easily do knight f6. Take and take. And it's not forced for black to do the short castle. They also could do the long castle, right? Next, bishop d7, and then king d8.
That's very interesting to go
Also
in this
somewhere
position
f2
without
pawn is also
too many pieces, right? Because you also put your king into the danger. But what white is counting here after a long castle, if you don't trade the knights and if you castle here first, then I might have some moves like g4 right away.
That will be actually dangerous,
After
no?
knight to f6, now you have queen to h4. You are pinning the knights and you are on time.
There is no king on e8 protecting
Exactly,
the
to
queen.
protect the queen, yeah.
That's very dangerous position for black. But I'm sure Canino will not play short castle. She will play knight f6, connected to the rules. Even we can talk connected to the rules that when the opponent is going to create the attack, trading the pieces is on your side. So knight f6 is mostly obvious move. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Kieran Manisha against Song Yushin.
And the previous game between these two players,
Song Yushin won the game.
She's
This
the
is the pair
favorite.
where
But,
they have the big difference in ratings.
in
so the
rating, but
400.
also remember we were talking that Kiran Manisha Muhanti
Yes.
was 20
She's a women grandmaster.
player, and
Yes.
she's a woman grandmaster.
She's a woman grandmaster. She's with the white here, and what an interesting position. I don't even guess from which opening they got that. That Sicilian has to be. Let's take a look. Yes.
Yeah, it was Sicilian.
That was Sicilian. Quite typical one, and suddenly we got f4, f5 on the board. Okay, we can rudely say it's slightly better for white. Like, just move the queen, for example, on e2. Then develop the bishop also. Yes, the game just started. So she decided to play e5. Kiran decided to play e5. Also makes sense, definitely, to get some space there. Now white want to develop the bishop on e3. So maybe for black it makes sense to play queen b6 check, or maybe even d5 immediately makes sense. d5, d6 with the same idea. Okay, as I told you, the game has just started. The most interesting things here happens later.
Yes, and meanwhile, we asked our viewers on YouTube if we will have any big upsets today, and I voted big yes. Myself, so go ahead, guys. So far, we have 91 votes, and make sure that
I vote
you
for
are
no.
voting. You vote for no?
Yes, today will be no upsets.
Really? I think we're gonna have several big upsets today, and some of
What do you call upset? For example, just imagine the situation where the rating favorite lost the first round, and today she could not win. Is it upset?
it is absolute upset.
It is, right?
Yes.
Ah, so then I agree.
I'm happy that we have agreement.
Then I vote for yes. It will be the upset.
So,
Pardon me, dear chess friends, but okay. I love when the Georgian players are winning.
it was a big upset yesterday. Unfortunately, we can't cover all the games. We have 86 players in the first round, and we can't focus on all the games,
Yeah.
but we have the results, and it showed us that besides those draws of the lower rated players that they have achieved, we also had several losses.
Two of them.
of the-
Actually,
of
both
the
of them are
favorites.
Georgians.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's also true.
even
So
if they
guys,
are not Georgians, it is very nice to take a look at this fact, yeah, because mostly the player who is winning against a higher rated player, she's kind of rising star, yes, if she is young.
absolutely. You guys, make sure you let us know what is your opinion about today's upset. If you believe so, just click the yes button. But if you think that the favorites or rating favorites of this round will score, then you know that it's no. So, and also please make sure that you all liked the stream and the live, and do let us know who are you rooting for. If you have also questions, please do let us know, but please keep in mind that we do have 15 minutes delay, so we're going to see your questions a little bit later. And a little bit about the fair play check. The players, before entering to the playing venue, they have the scans, several methods of the scans. They have to go through the gates, and then they have also the hand scans.
The newest one, by the way.
The new one, the fresh one, they just opened it. It's not allowed to have, obviously, the devices or mobile phones. They cannot even carry any kind of the watch, or they cannot even bring their own pen. The
I think the
organizers are
watch, which
providing.
one you can put on the wall, is allowed.
Yes, imagine
Big
you,
watch.
imagine you are walking in the playing venue with your watch, is like telling you, like, put it on the wall, please. I want to know what's the time. Yeah, yeah, that's actually true. Like, to be honest, like, I love to play long games, and very often there are not clocks in the
Yes,
playing
and
venue.
you want to know the time.
I have no idea what's the time outside. Yeah.
Yes, so if you remember, Katie, yesterday we had also one a little bit unexpected result. That was Crush Irina playing against Rhoda Esa Alserkal. It's very interesting to find out the information about Rhoda, because as I remember, that was quite a tough game. And let's take a look. Let's take a look at today's game, Crush Irina against Rhoda Esa Alserkal. This is a position after move number 8. Let's take a look how it was happening. So Crush Irina decided to play something absolutely different of the main theoretical lines. Here she decided to play e3 instead of c4 with a huge theories there. Rhoda answered with d5, bishop d3, bishop e7.
Ooh. Feels like a tie break.
Wow. But, okay, so what do we have here on the board? We have actually the Queen's Gambit with the opposite colors, with quite good development, or how to say it? I mean, whites are well developed, compared to the Queen's Gambit with the opposite color, where black has some issues with developing well. Here white developed well, so they got extra tempo, and also the black's bishop is on d7 instead of g4. On g4, of course, it stays much better. So the next plan for white could be queen e2, but before the queen e2, on queen e2, there could be knight b4. Trading that bishop is not good for white at all, so that's why maybe white starts with a3 and then play queen e2, for example, rook c8, then queen e2.
This is actually my favorite
A6 and
setup
knight
with
e5.
white. Knight e5, yeah, you go like that. And somehow we are very comfortable to have the king side attack.
Yes,
then you want to
f4,
play
you can support with f4.
rook f3, rook h3. You bring another rook also on the f file, and you have so nice position. I love this
Yes, we
setup.
can say that the
play
white's
myself.
position is slightly better.
Actually, you know what? Here, I had a big struggle from black side. And it was very scary when your opponent is coming with all in knight
Yes.
25, both bishop targeting the king side, queen there, rook is also there, and I was feeling really like scared of this attack. Then I asked my coach how to deal with it. Like, can you imagine that I actually asked to my coach how to deal with that? And he told me very nice plan. Instead of having bishop on e7, you bring this bishop on d6, you bring the knight from c6 to e7.
And put it on g6.
G6 or f5,
So, for
yeah.
example,
It's the
like
way you can
this,
stop
then
the
it's
attack.
here, and then it's here. But still, you know, the light square bishop for black is absolutely out of the game. That's a big problem. It has to stay on g4 from the beginning. As it stays on d7, it's not doing much job, and also it is almost impossible to find out the counterplay for black. They just have to defend the threats that the white will create all the time. So the position is better for Crush. Of course, she will do her best today to end up the match without tie breaks. Let's get back to the first board, the rating favorite, Eve Carissa with the black colors playing against Wilson Hanna. Nothing much has changed in this game. As we said, that E5 and C6 for black, we are talking in this position to push E5 and then C6. So if Carissa did almost the same with another move order. She first played A5 to stop opponent's B4 somewhere that the white could not play B4. The point of A5 is that. And after knight C3, she played C6 and then E5. H5 also makes sense, of course, rook E8. Bishop F5. Black can play E4 anytime they want. The position for black
Looks
is
really nice.
quite
Have
promising.
developed all your pieces. The knight has to find the best square. Knight A6, knight to C7, E6 can be one way. Another way just to bring knight to D7, knight F8, knight to E6. This is
Knight
squared
H7
very
also
nicely.
makes sense,
Knight
by the way.
H7 looks
So this
also
idea
nice.
is kind of very favorite. Fischer loved to play that system, but with white. He was playing it with white. And he was doing it very well. Here, here, and here. The knight on G5 is very dangerous.
Ooh, look at that. Looking after H3 pawn, you can also bring queen to D7 into the attack. Your pawn is already on H5. And somewhere you can even think to push the pawn F5 if it's necessary to bring more pieces into the game. We might have the crazy attack on the king side, or we might have just nothing from Carissa because she is not in a must-win situation.
Yes.
She is really very experienced chess player. We talked a lot about her.
But she will try. She will
I think
try.
she will try to win actually in this,
Yes.
in this game. Because we were talking about the strategies yesterday. What is
E4.
like if you make a draw
Yeah.
or if you find the way to win to get the rating.
Or have a rest, you know?
Yes. Exactly.
Just
so
do
I
the
think
draw and have a
Carissa has this kind of character, like chess character, that she will try to
She
win.
will try.
Yeah.
But E4, Hanna played E4. It's changing the situation on the board completely. I mean, it's changing the style of the position and the mood of the position after E4. Black bishop has to go back, maybe on D7. And now it goes to the real king's Indian positions as the pawn stays on E4. This mostly with the mutual chances, let's say.
Yeah, this might actually complicate a little bit the position, but somehow I feel fine here if for black actually.
Yes, it's fine.
Just
Definitely,
like
it's
really
fine. In that kind of king's Indian positions, the dark square bishop of white has to stay on E3. On B2 is also okay, but on E3 it stays much better. So let's say what did black do extra move? They don't have no extra moves on the board, so black did not lose any time in developing. It was only one, bishop F5, but white also played E3 and then E4, right? So when the bishop goes back, it will be the equal tempos on the board, but with the bishop on B2.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're going to come back to this game later on. We have to check the game of Coulon Claudia. We received some of the moves and updates there. And let's take a look what has happened. We see that black chose the right move and captured the knight on d5 with the bishop, which was the only correct move. And after e takes d5, she played queen to a2. The engine suggestion
H6,
was
right?
h6, which is so difficult to find out this idea because you're giving some time also to white, some choices to white. Like you can sacrifice the piece right away. Queen a2 is still fine move here because it just guards the pawn on
We
e6.
have yes, here we are. Here we have Coulon Claudia.
And then she
So
played.
Miranda capture on a2.
Yeah, rook to d3 is the move that she played.
Now rook a3 is threatening. So, for example, it's just a nice thing I just mentioned. For example, if black plays h6, no, there is rook a3, and on queen takes d5, there is bishop takes f6.
Exactly, and then the d5 queen is hanging, and you will lose this
Yes.
queen.
So after queen takes a2, rook d3, black has to find out the way out from that position of the queen, which is not actually safe.
So
What to
interesting.
suggest here for black?
Well, what you can do here is to queen, like rook a3 is a serious threat. So you give a check, queen to a1, king goes on d2. You're forcing a little
And
bit.
go
the
to
moves.
that
Queen to
position.
a5. You provoke b4, and now play queen to a4. I'm giving up e6 pawn, and after capturing e6, I'm on time to castle. And for black, the priority here is obviously the king. After pawn takes f7, you take with the rook, and you saved your bishop, your king is safe, and you got a2 pawn as well. This is not bad position for black.
Seems like that. Yes, because anyway, the white king is not so safe.
It's, I think the black's king is safer here in this
Yes,
position.
much safer, much safer. And also, this kind of the game is absolutely good for Miranda, which will be okay only to win the game. As she lost the first game, so now she needs to win this game. So any complications, any natural complications, like, you know, sometimes chess players are saying that the position is complicated, but it's complicated for only for one side. For another side, it's absolutely
It's even
clear.
worse when it's
Yes.
complicated both sides, total mess.
So I think
sometimes.
here the position is complicated for both sides, and that's why I'm saying that it is good for Miranda, which needs
Yes,
to win
it's
with the black
yeah,
colors.
this is absolutely best scenario, because if Cologne chooses to play a solid game,
That will be
what are the
much
chances
difficult,
that
much
you
more
have?
difficult
Yeah, exactly.
for Miranda. But still, we know Claudia, she loves that attacking style, aggressive style, and actually this is her power, so she does not want to refuse using her power. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Exactly. Let's go to this second board. We do have Tsolakido Stavrola against Evi Juliana. And we already have some of the serious statements that black is making, giving up the pair of bishop while capturing the
Was it
knight on c4.
Scandinavian? Yes, it's Scandinavian. By the way, here after bishop f3 and knight e5. I think the black's position could have some danger here. I just don't remember this line.
Look at this camera view.
Wow.
Stavrola between the queen and the king. That's pretty good.
Okay, what to suggest for white? Maybe just b3?
To guard the pawn on c4?
Yes.
In
I'm
this-
not sure it's hanging, but anyway.
in-
For example, if I play bishop e2 with white, is it hanging? I don't think it's hanging, because if black captures, white captures, black captures, there is queen a4 check.
Right.
So if the white plays bishop e2, maybe it makes even more sense than b3. Why to give back that bishop?
Yeah, after bishop to e2, what black can play is e6.
Yes, but that's already good. If I am just with two bishops, with pair of the bishops. Let's see. Yes, bishop e2 happened. So e6. Katie, sorry, what you were saying, e6 and...
Yeah, that's actually very good compensation for black. Like after taking on e6, now you take queen to d1, king takes on d1, and you play f takes e6, and if white plays b3, you play bishop c5, hitting the pawn on f2, f3, and bishop to d4, obviously.
Wow.
If you don't play f3, bishop d4 is a threat. Anyway, you want to long castle, you want to play rook
What
to
about
f8.
bishop b2? Attacking the knight, and on
Yeah,
the same
bishop
time
b2 is possibility here, and black can just perhaps castle,
long
give it
side.
check, yeah, and then to
And
play
then knight
knight to
c6.
c6,
Yes.
and I want to play knight b4
Yes,
check or
that's
knight to d4.
two huge advantage in development.
It's a very good compensation too, to be honest.
Okay, so bishop
And
e2.
well, if you play like in this position after e6 and pawn captures, if you play queen d1 and bishop to d1, then knight to d3, black is happy to take the this opportunity, but instead of taking on c1, you have even
Long
stronger
castle.
move, long castle, and you want to play knight
so
to f2.
e6, d takes e6, queen takes d1, bishop takes d1, knight d3, king d2, and long castle.
And this is a huge advantage. for
Knight
black.
f2 is hanging. Knight c4 is hanging. Yes, a lot of things hanging.
So the question is, what's the correct way to? And also, if not, take on e6, right? That's another option. And if I play knight to c3 to
Then it will
support
be
the pawn,
bishop b4, no?
take the pawn first on d5, and then a bishop to b4 hit the pin the knight.
Actually, I like black's position in that lines. That's why maybe b3 was better instead of bishop e2.
Yeah, if b3 happens, you still go e6. e6 is a key move here. And we have seen pretty much after pawn takes
What about
pawn.
the castle?
Yeah, castle is the correct move. And after taking on f3, queen takes on f3. And obviously you don't want to take the d5 because this allows rook to e1. And after bishop e7, bishop to a3, pin. Yeah, the best option here after bishop e2 is on the board actually. The best option according to the engine is castle instead of b3.
Where? Here?
Here, yes.
Castle.
Yes, that's the best option.
And if black captures on c4?
You can take the bishop first or right away. And I think this is pretty much the same here because you just play like rook e1, or there's also the engine move here a4.
Okay, just
Or
a compensation, right?
Yeah, chasing the knight. But this is, yeah.
Okay, we have what we
crazy.
have. We have bishop e2, and now it's Juliana's turn. If she will find e6, the position will be with mutual play, at least for black, which is quite good, of course, on the move number 9 to play with black color and have the mutual game. Let's take a look at Esperanza and Bella Khotenashvili, where is actually quite slow, or how to say it, you know, the isolated position, isolated pawn position, where the isolated pawn is blocked and the isolated pawn side does not have any attack on the opponent's king, then the game is kind of slow for me, which goes step by step to the end game. And with the isolated pawn, playing the end game is not the best option at all. Here, Esperanza with white colors does not have any initiative or any aggressive plan. The isolated pawn is blocked. Also, Bella has an excellent knight outpost on b4 and d5. I think here black's position is even better. And Bella already won the first game, and she's showing a good performance in this game also. Next board, Gunina against Ning. Oh, here will be a very long game. Nothing is traded. I mean, for now,
Not even
one pawn. But the interesting fact is that Gunina Valentina on the clock has 1 hour 30 minutes, and the opponent, Ning Isabel, has only 15 minutes left.
This is so typical of Valentina Gunina. She likes to play very
Blitzing.
fast. Even in a classical game, she likes to play blitz. That's actually a very nice skill. If if you're as strong player as Valentina Gunina is a grandmaster and has been one of the top players among the women players for years and years and years. If you have this power to play good quality games and also not spend...
Why not? Yeah, why not to play fast?
Yeah, just press on the clock as well.
We have one Georgian chess player, by the way, that all the
A lot
world
of
knows
people
already.
knows him. Like everybody knows him. We will not name. We will not
Yeah.
give you guys name. Let us know in the chat. You guys know about him.
He's ending up the games often with 1 hour 37 to 1 hour 42 minutes.
And doesn't matter who is his opponent.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Zero respect to the grandmasters
At all,
as well.
at all.
And he's a grandmaster himself. This is something phenomenal, actually. And in fact, he even won the one of the.
Do you know, once I
tournaments online.
asked him, Katie, why are you doing the move so quickly, and why you are not taking a look a little bit more, just to double check, just to think more? And do you know what he answered? He answered that when I'm thinking more, I'm playing bad.
Yeah. That's actually true. That's actually true with me. When I'm starting to think, I'm overthinking. But you also need to be skilled grandmaster when you're doing that. And
Definitely.
Valerie, do you remember he also played against Magnus Carlsen?
Yes, he did. He did.
And he totally disrespected him as well in his style, played so fast.
Okay,
I remember
actually,
Magnus
this
like looking at him.
This is definitely with humor and a kind of joke. It's not about the respect. He just could not do otherwise. I mean, he's doing like that, and that's it. He's like that. It's not connected to respect. He just can't think much. He loves to play quickly.
And you guys, if you know who we are talking about, please let us know in the chat. For sure, you know him. And it was funny that after winning a tournament, one of the Title Tuesdays, I think he was all over not only the social media in Georgia, but he was one of the biggest stars also in TV.
Yes.
It was so funny to see him there. He's the greatest person.
Yes, he's a very good person, so that's why
Yes.
I just mentioned that
Yes.
it's not connected to respect of the
No, we're
opponent.
joking
Yeah,
with that,
we just
actually.
joke about
'Cause,
that.
he's a very respectful person, and we love him the way he is. We're proud of him doing whatever he's doing. You guys, we do have another poll in our YouTube chat. And the next question, Valerie. How many tie breaks do you expect today? 1 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 or more?
10 to 15.
10 to 15. That's much.
Too much.
Yes.
For us.
I would say I would be.
I will be good
5 to
between.
10.
Yeah, I will be okay if there is such a kind of part like 8 to 12.
Yeah. You like 12.
Yes, 8 to 12.
Let's go
I
10
actually
to
think.
15. Let's do the hour
Yeah.
don't vote. Guys, go ahead and vote. We already have 68 votes, and most of the people at this moment think that there will be 1 to 5 or 5 to 10. It's a tie.
That's obvious,
30%.
actually. Let's be obvious. That's obvious. Yeah, because in the first round, it's obvious. Right?
What is
because
obvious?
the difference between the players in rating is too much.
Yes.
For example, in the second round, on the second stage, then it is the chances are much higher to have the tie breaks. Here, it's kind of big advantage in the rating. And that's why maybe our viewers thinking that it will be too few tie breaks.
Yes, and well, we just started today. This is the first round at FIDE Women's World Cup here in Batumi. Guys, today we have the second day. The most exciting game so far is Coulon Claudia against Miranda Rodriguez Tanya. So much sacrifices, but we have the best play from both sides. Right now, we are going to take a break, but you guys are going to see the highlights of the round one, and later on, you're going to see the interview with one of our participants, Isabel Xuan Ning, who had a really good game against Gunina yesterday. So enjoy that, and we will be back shortly.
black and white squares? Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield, a stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way, playing with fire, playing with heart, playing with emotions, playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Isabel Ning from New Zealand playing her first World Cup. Isabel, tell me, how did you qualify and how is it being here?
I'm just really happy to be here. I'm happy to play players as strong as Gunina, and I think I qualified by being in the Olympiad team last year, and then we could just sign up to be in the World Cup, and my rating was the highest out of everyone who signed up. So yeah, I think that's how I got the spot.
So you've played in the Olympiad before, you played top level chess. What were your nerves compared to then and now?
Well, I feel like it's really different now. Yeah, I'm just really happy to be here again. And in the Olympiad, I feel like I wasn't this nervous because, yeah, I didn't play such strong players. But yeah, I'm also more happier here because, yeah, I get to see everyone.
Yeah. Who's your favorite player here?
I have no idea. I look up to all of them basically. Yeah.
And tell us about your game now against Valentina Gunina. You played and you drew.
Yeah. I feel like I was better at some point, but then I kind of forgot queens could move diagonally. Yeah. Um, but I was just trying to play the best moves and making the most out of such a good opportunity to play someone as strong as her. And yeah, I guess that worked out in my favor.
And what's it like playing against someone so much stronger than you and also doing so well?
Um, I think it's very cool, and I'm just yeah, really happy to play her. Yeah.
And tell me, what's it like being in Georgia? Are you enjoying Batumi? Have you gotten a chance to explore a little bit yet?
I think it's a very beautiful city. When we first came out of the airport, we saw big FIDE flags, and yeah, that was pretty cool. And we've walked along the bay a bit, and yeah, I think it's a really beautiful city.
Love how you're saying the flag, and there's a big FIDE flag behind you too. And tell me about chess in New Zealand.
Um, in New Zealand, there's not that many big tournaments. It's all weekenders, and I think there's only one or two big tournaments every year. So I'm always happy to just come out here and play in bigger tournaments.
Well, thank you so much, Isabel. I really like your chess earrings as a chess accessory lover myself. And good luck for your events, and I hope you enjoy Batumi further.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Coming back from the break, this is FIDE, Women's World Cup here in Batumi, Georgia. We do have first round game 2 and all the games are still in progress. We do have one exciting game so far with a lot of sacrifices and also another and many more exciting games. Valerie, I think we have to directly go to that game and check it out. What is the situation?
I agree. This is a game, Colon Claudia with the white against Miranda Rodriguez Tania. And actually, both of the sides are doing the best moves since the complications start. And we have this position right now, which we are evaluating as very complicated. So if white captures on f7, black just, sorry, it is black to move. So we are saying here, queen a1 check, king d2. Queen a5 check, b4 and queen a4, and after taking on f7, just rook takes f7. No, black played something different. Tania played here d5, as we see on the video.
Oh, that's an interesting move, d5. Opening up the dark square bishop to control a3 square. This is quite interesting. Valerie, what happens if I take the pawn on f7? You take with the rook. And then what's the next? Knight e5?
What? Knight e5 seems like a good move.
There's knight to e4, a very strong move. Attacking the bishop, and queen a1 is a checkmate.
Here we are. And let's go to the tie breaks.
Yeah, tie breaks. Tie breaks, please.
d5. So d5 seems very interesting, right?
Very nice move. I like that one to open up the bishop. The question is how white should react with this move. What's the white's next move? How we're going to avoid this unpleasant check in knight d4. Now we see that knight d4 is another threat, and d5 actually supports this knight. It's a very sneaky move,
yes,
d5.
And on the same time, when we were saying queen a1 check and then queen a5 check, bishop on b4 is controlling the diagonal, this diagonal that the white could not play b4 after queen a5 check. So d5 has multiple ideas. What to suggest for white in this position on d5? It's very interesting what to play with white.
Exactly. Well, how to set up this position, and there's one way to deal with that. You can play c3 to give a space to the king on c2.
Right?
In case of queen a1 check, you play king c2, and also a4 square is controlled by the white queen, and everything looks quite nicely coordinated for white.
Yes, and the king is not so unsafe as it was in the lines that we were showing up. King on c2 is much more safe now for white. Okay. Let's go to the first board. Here we have Wilson Hannah against Eve Carissa. Here the position has changed a little bit.
And went to the King's Indian type of position. It looks like purely King's Indian type of position to me.
As Eve Carissa, after bishop f5, went back with the bishop and put it on c8. Maybe still on d7 it was better. Now it's absolutely mutual play. Of course, white also has chances to win this game for sure. Nobody can say the result in advance. Of course, we have to pay our attention on the difference in the rating and experience, but as connected to the position is absolutely with the mutual play. Next board, we have Tsolakidu Stavroula with the white color playing
Valerie,
in hand.
before we dive into this, I got my eyes on our chat again. And you guys, we do have a 15 minutes delay, and this is a bit funny communication between us and chat, but I have to go back and bring this names that the chat is suggesting. Earlier we asked who is a Georgian chess player who likes
Yes.
to play blitz games in the classical chess, who also played Magnus Carlsen, and who actually also won the Title Tuesday. And there are some people who suggest different names. One is Jobava. Also, Jobava is
No,
well-known
Jobava is not
player.
blitzing. It is very good blitz player, but he is not blitzing in the classical chess as much as that another guy.
Another guy. And there is another guy name that is suggested is Giga Puparadze. That's
Really?
another-
For real?
Yes.
Okay, we'll keep it as a secret.
Keep it as a secret. You guys, you're suggesting Dania, Bortning, and Yasmin. Of course, they are crazy. And Arjun. Arjun is a blitz and bullet pro, but we're talking about the Georgian player.
Who is blitzing in the classical game. Okay, so by the way, Katie, we have a correct move in the game Tsolakidu Stavroula against Juliana Evie.
And well, we do have this beautiful camera view once again. We have here Juliana Evie, so focused, deep in thoughts. She played e6, which was the key point, and now she has a good chance to create something in this position, right, Valerie? And
You know what? Stavroula answered with knight c3. This we are considering also, as here black has to capture on d5, white captures, and bishop b4. I like black's position here. I'm not saying it is an advantage or so, but it is very good chances appear here to make the game complicated and to create the threats. Okay, first of all, d5 pawn is hanging, yeah, because of this pin. And for example, if white does castle, then black could just capture on c3, capture on c3, and then capture on d5. Seems like pawn off. Okay, so the current position is this, knight c3, and
Black to move.
Evie is thinking.
yeah, she can also play bishop to b4 right away, but that allows white to capture the pawn on e6. So
Yeah.
e takes d5 seems to be the most natural decision here.
Yes, let's go to the next game where Kakhita or Kaksita Esperanza is playing against Khotenashvili Bella.
Oh, there have actually some changes here.
There is no isolated pawn anymore on the board, but there is a pair of the bishops for black.
Very nice
of
position.
positions
Once
is-
again, we have to remind the viewers that we are having this format that the players are playing a mini match. They play both colors. And then in case of a tie, if it ends with 1-1, then we have tie breaks the third day. But so far in this match, Khotenashvili won the first game, and now he is in very comfortable situation to have
she
this
is.
position.
Yeah, she is. So queen b3 seems to me the best move here for white. To develop the queen to attack the d5 pawn and on the same time attacking the b7 pawn that does not allow black to move and develop the light square bishop. For example, on bishop e6, I will capture on b7, and being pawn up, of course, will be the best option here. So after queen b3,
We have very interesting angle of the camera, right?
yeah,
Now we have some changes.
Bella seems quite confident. On queen b3, there is no queen d6 also, because on queen d6 there is bishop takes a5. And still pawn off for white. So after queen b3, how to develop the light square bishop? Maybe play just bishop e6, and then play bishop e6.
Oh, she's
Why not?
going rook to
Rook to e5.
e5.
Played rook to e5.
I like that move.
Yes.
I like that move. You want to
Yes,
go after
but here bishop
d5 pawn.
e6. What's going on?
After
On
bishop
simple
to
bishop
e6.
e6. Maybe queen b3 now.
Yeah, you can do that.
But still bishop b6 is okay.
You can also play queen to b6 then instead.
Queen b6
Offer
also
the
makes
queen
sense.
trade, yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure about rook e5, more honestly. Maybe we need that square for the knight, who knows. Okay, at least just take a look at the queen on d1. The best place for the queen on d1 is definitely on b3. Where else to put that queen? And that rook, I'm not sure for now. I need it on e5 or I need it later to put somewhere. But I know that I need queen on b3 to create some threats there. Okay, anyway, she played rook e5.
Rook e5 is on the board. Now it is time for Bella to respond to that. Meanwhile, we do have very interesting position, Jessie February against Anna Ushanina. And a final move of Jessie was g4. We have to dive into this position. From what we have seen, the knight going towards d5 pawn, at d5 square. A lot of things has changed since then.
Let's see what happened there. Yes, actually, almost the same thing was happening as well.
I have a question here. After knight to b4, obviously this knight is aiming to looking for d5 square. Why not to play a3 first?
I think d5 is facing e3.
d5.
Makes sense, huh?
And let's say I go bishop to b3, then
Maybe
d4.
d4. And here I can even first take this.
Yes, knight d5. You take the... And my question is this worse than the other position?
It's complicated, yeah, still complicated. Maybe it was better, but let's see what happened in the game. In the game was knight d5, take with the pawn. No, yes, automatically this position is kind of better for black. Yeah, it was not the best option to put the knight on d5 immediately when you are forced to capture with the pawn. It was better to keep that square. Now, after g4, what's going on if black just captures? Knight takes. Now some knight h6 check appears, so maybe don't capture it. And play knight f6.
In case of knight f6,
Is f5
yeah,
hanging?
I just take on f5. This is my idea. Then I'll take with a bishop. And after bishop takes, knight to d5 would be a blunder because there's queen to a g4 and a checkmate or a very dangerous checks. Yeah, knight h6.
Where to
knight
go?
h6.
Knight h6.
King e8 and queen to h5, and you win the knight.
Gaining the knight.
Yeah.
Yes, like this, and queen takes d5. So on g4 we have to react correctly.
by capturing the pawn. Knight takes, and here to find the correct move, which can be king to h8. Yeah, king h8.
King h8. Yeah, just
move the king
make
away.
it safe. Make it safe to save the king. I love black's position here.
You know what will be a complicated scenario if instead of king h8 you play knight to f6 there, and you just allow white to have this check. After king to g7, white will play f5, and this is a very nice counterplay for white.
And the knight is supported on h6.
Too many pieces of white are on the king's side, and
Yes,
that's not
at least
something that
looking to the
Anna
king's side.
Ushanina is looking for in this match.
Of course,
after winning
she
the game.
needs she wants the safe position because she won the first game, and she needs to be safe. But on the same time, she also loves to be active and aggressive. You know? So
That's also
let's see.
true.
I think she will find that, and she will play king h8. I mean, take on g4, take on g4, and king h8. King h8 is such a safe move that she will not miss that. And here I think black's position is with advantage, as the pawn structure for white is quite damaged. Let's go to
Exactly,
the
but I like the move G4 that Jessie just played. She's
yes,
looking
just to
for
create,
some chances.
something. Here we have Gunina with the white colors having a space advantage and getting more space with the last move. She played B4. Yes, white's advantage is clear here. They have a space. Next game,
Before we go to next game, we had an interview of Isabel Ning, and she actually mentioned yesterday's game, and she said that she forgot that queen can also go diagonally.
As we did.
You are not alone, Isabel. You are not alone. And also, she said that she is very happy to be here at this tournament. Obviously, this is one of the best tournaments you can ask for the young chess player. And she mentioned that another thing that she's happy is that to meet so many people here, and probably she also has some friends, or maybe she can create new friends as well.
I am waiting too much if somebody will say anything about the Georgian national food.
But yeah, guys, come on. Well,
because in the previous tournament we had the World Youth Cadets here.
Yes.
A lot of people were talking
That's
about
the question we have to ask. Valerie, I will be actually tomorrow will be my last day working with you. Unfortunately, I really enjoy commentary, but then we're gonna have a new commentator coming, and I will be going for the interviews, and I will ask a lot of questions.
So you know the question that I'm interested in.
Yeah, we are very much curious if they like Georgian food, because we are very proud of Georgian food as well as the wine. And those will be obviously the questions we want to ask. But what I see in my Instagram and Facebook, I have them as my friends, most of the players, and they are enjoying Batumi and they are enjoying Georgian food according to their stories.
I believe, as I enjoy as well, you know, I love the Georgian cuisine. Okay, let's go to the next game. Here we have Shukhmanana with Kanina rule. A lot of things happened here. And Anna got the advantage. Let's see how it was happening until now. So after knight f6 in this position, Anna decided to do the check from b5. Then queen e5, take on e4. Queen g5 check. I'm not sure it was necessary. It's kind of extra move. Maybe just bishop d7 and the long castle. So for example, bishop d7, and on bishop d3, just do the long castle. Okay, anyway, in the game was queen g5 check, f4, queen d5, queen e3, and c4, yeah. White got too much space. Yeah. And there is a huge problem with the light square bishop that the black has on d7. Oof. It has no future.
Oh my goodness, that's such a bad bishop. Very
it's
bad.
Such
to compare
a bad bishop, yes.
It's a horrible
yes,
bishop.
g5, trying to create some complications. Of course, it is a correct reaction, but still, even if the white will play just simply g3, nothing much is changing.
Can I just take this pawn as well?
That's another story.
Because I kind of had a feeling that white had to use this position of bishop, and now I have this option to take a free for free.
Yeah, actually, what's going on? Is that just pawn off?
She's taking it.
White is just pawn off. And the extra passed pawn on h-file. Okay, it seems like a huge advantage for white. Next game, Kiran Manisha with white against Song Yushin. Yeah, black is absolutely okay here. White has some space, but on the same time, black does not have any troubles with developing any piece. And the pawn structure on the queen side for white is quite damaged, looking not nice. So I like to play this position with black. Last move was rook d8 to support the d7 pawn, and on the same time, maybe somewhere I will push d5. With the point, why not? Okay, the next game, cool on. We get back to that game, and we have
Not
only e takes
much of the
f7 and
moves.
rook takes f7 on the board, and we're suggesting here to play c3
C3 is the
for
move.
white.
Don fell for the trap. Now black already wants to play knight
Yeah.
to e4.
On queen a1 check, there is king c2, and the white king is completely safe.
Yeah, I think this matchup is really nice and the best because we do have on one side Coulon Claudia, who is a very tricky player. She likes these sacrifices and she's showing her best. But Miranda Rodriguez on the other side, she's also creating a counter attack and a counter
Claudia
tactics.
capture on f6 instead of c3.
Because she was very much worried of this knight coming on e4, I suppose.
So what
I
she's
take
going to do?
now
Bishop
with the
takes and
bishop?
queen takes d5 or what? I don't
B2
like.
pawn is hanging.
Yes, I don't like bishop takes f6 from Claudia at all.
Yeah, let's say after queen to d5, what happens? Black takes the queen, b2 check, king goes on d1, and now you have a lot of choices of the moves. You control the full center. You can either play rook to c8 to chase the pawn on c2.
What about rook d8 even?
Rook d8, it's possibility. It's possibility indeed.
Yeah, because I just don't like the pin there. So, Tanya Rodriguez captured back on f6 with the bishop. Now it's Claudia to move.
Well, she can play queen to b4 to guard the pawn on b2, but it's not for a long time because after queen to a1, king d2, and I can still take this pawn on b2 with the queen.
Endgame will be with clear advantage with the bishop on the board.
Wait a minute, she's going for knight to e5, pinning her own queen. Oh, what? Oh, look at that. Look at that, the engine bar drops down drastically, gives Blake the advantage. And we might ask our third commentator the option here, the opinion, what is so wrong here for white, what's the move?
Seems like bishop
and the
g5,
suggestion
right?
is bishop to g5 check, you have only one move, king to d1, and I play rook to e8. I don't understand.
So white could not
still.
capture on f7 because there is just a checkmate there.
On b1, yes, but if I don't do anything here, I just made move like f2 pawn is hanging actually. So let's say f3. I go queen to b1 and the c2 pawn is hanging.
Game over.
Oi, oi, oi.
Wow. Tie breaks?
No problem for us.
What a strange decision, huh? From Claudia.
Yeah.
To c3 and king is safe.
I also have a question, Valerie. Can I just go after bishop to g5, check? This is very natural move, like to give a check. King d1 and queen to b. Yeah. Can I take the pawn on c2 right away?
King e2 and take on c2. King f1.
King f1, they
And
move.
now the white king is safe.
Right, and what black can do is bishop to f6 to pin the knight. And
Yes,
I
but
want to take.
we already were there.
I want to take bishop e5 now.
Queen takes d5, bishop takes
Queen
e5,
takes
and
d5.
f2 is hanging. I mean, queen takes d5 is not possible because of bishop takes e5, and on rook takes e5, there is just a checkmate. So, one more time. Bishop g5, king d1, queen b1 check, king a2, queen c2 check, king f1, bishop f6. What to do here with white?
Maybe queen, rook to d2, just to get rid of this
What about
annoying
take
queen.
on d5, bishop takes e5, and rook d2 now?
No. Yeah, I think that's valid point here.
And
The
then
next
just
move I
take on
take
e5.
d5, yeah. It's a valid point. And black is fine there, though, like to give the final evaluation.
I think Tanya smells the danger. And she's going to use it. That's
She's doing, I think she's doing an amazing job in this game.
with black colors, yeah, we would, against such a powerful player, opponent,
Exactly.
after the first 0 in the score sheet, of course, it is a honor for us to take a look at her game and at the job what she's doing here. Bishop g5 check. Yeah, bishop g5 check has to be done here. For sure, bishop g5 checking d1 and rook e8 is amazing, yes. All pieces start working. And we create the super dangerous threat. I think Claudia also felt the danger because she does not look so happy.
Yeah, sometimes we make the move and then we realize that maybe that's not the best option that I choose.
Okay, I want to take a look at that Georgian girls, if you don't mind, that won the first rounds.
Absolutely, let's take a look once again.
Let's start
because
with
their opponents are in
Migueladze.
must-win situation. We see Anastasia Kirtadze right now on the screen
yes,
walking. This is very interesting how she's doing in her game.
I will take a look first at her game. I was going to take a look at Migueladze's game, but after this view, I want to go to the Kirtadze playing against Matnadze and what's going on here. Oh, she's pawn down. So bishop takes f6, obvious.
Bishop takes f6. We take bishop c6.
Rook takes.
Rook cannot take because queen d7, yeah? Queen d7 and queen to b7. Oh no, there is a... Yeah, rook has to take, because if you play bishop pawn takes... yeah, there's a checkmate, yes. Yes, after this,
but
you
why
can...
the bar shows that the black has such a big advantage? She takes f6, that's correct.
She takes, yeah.
She takes f6. So what's going on if we take on c6 still? Rook takes, queen d7 check, king f8, and queen takes b7.
Rook c3 should be the move. Rook c3, pawn takes c3, and bishop to a3 check.
And king g7. Oh my god!
King
and
g7.
King g7.
And thank you very much to double my pawns because I have this move now.
Yeah. And on rook e1, it could be queen c3. Also, rook b8 is possible. You see, rook takes e5, rook takes b7, king a1, bishop b2, and just bishop takes e3. And then take the rook. Oh, wow. Yeah, it seems like Matnadze Anna has good chances to move this match to the tie breaks.
I agree with that. And if you are a Sicilian player, you know that it is okay to double your pawns on f6, to keep this bishop on e7, to hold the
Even
center.
the French players also know that.
They also know, yeah. You know that it's okay to have this king in. Sometimes I just realize sometimes it's much better not to castle this
Yes, that's true.
king on the short side or long side, because it's more danger there rather than to keep them king in the center. So the pawn is already on f6. We have that on the board. Is there any other move that white can capture? Like, is there a king to b1 here?
What about just castle?
Yeah, possibility, just a castle. And then rook to d8.
Okay, let's take a look at Migueladze's game against family. Quite complicated position on the board. It's a fighting, it's a full fighting here. Black does not have any problem with any piece.
Yeah, nicely done. Knight to g4, knight to f6 on the
Yes.
king side. This bishop on c5 is a bit locked at this moment, but also bishop on e2 is not the strongest piece, so they are
Yes.
neutralizing each other.
It's a mutual play, but black is absolutely okay from the opening. I mean, white does not have any kind of advantage from the opening. But still, it will be a great struggle, I think so. The game will be quite complicated, as it is already complicated. I think it will continue the same way. Queen d7 was in the game. Last move was knight f3 from white side. I think knight f3 makes sense to put that knight on g5. Queen d7 happened. And maybe knight g5. Knight on g5 also stays wall for white. But the problem is that after knight g5, white can never play f3 because there will be knight e3. So, for example, castle f3, there is knight e3, very powerful.
Oof, I like that move. And you
Yeah.
take this knight, and I'm going to have the pawn on e3. My bishop is strong there.
Yes.
We'll never lose the pawn on e3. That's a very powerful square for the knight.
It's Gilazzi to move. She's thinking. So knight g5, still knight g5 seems okay. Okay, Katie, I think we can go back to our top board.
Cologne,
Or maybe just
Claudia,
take a
Miranda
look.
Rodriguez is the game.
Yes, before that, maybe just take a quick look at Crush's game, as she also did draw yesterday with a lower-rated player.
Irina Krush against Roda Sarka. They made a draw in the first game. We analyzed this game a little bit, and now let's see how Black is dealing with this potential attack on the king side.
They
We see
decided
that
to play
she's actually
98.
walking here, Roda. She most likely feels safe.
Yep. So after knight e8 for white, what's going on in case of f4?
She goes knight to d6. This knight goes on f5.
Knight d6 and rook f3.
Rook goes to f3. And now what you can do, you can just play f5. It's quite safe. And your next move is knight to e4, and you just
And you are
lock the
safe.
center. Yeah.
And you are safe, that's correct. So on knight e8, we have to react correctly.
Right, Irina
maybe
Krush,
rook
8
e1.
times US chess champion, very experienced grandmaster, our colleague, a commentator as well.
And the special personality.
Very, very special personality. We mentioned about her yesterday that she speaks Georgian as well and reads in Georgian, which is quite a unique thing to do, because basically only 3 million people on this earth speaks Georgian.
That's true.
And it's not even...
And not with the correct grammar.
Yes.
You know, and she's talking with the correct grammar.
Yes,
so
very
maybe she's
correct.
better than at least 1 million
Georgian.
from that 3.
Yes. So, yeah, Irina Krush is a very special person for all the Georgians, indeed. But we might have her tomorrow as well, working
Yes.
in the office, not enjoying the sea of Batumi.
Rook e1. I think rook e1 makes sense here. Has to be better position for white, because this is a max that you can get in this opening. And white got this. So if we trust that suggestions, it has to be advantage for white. Okay,
Yeah.
so you were talking about Claudia, I know.
Yeah, we're talking about Claudia because
And what
this
was
is the position.
another game that you told me, whose game is kind of complicated, you just said. So Claudia and not sure one. Ushenina.
Krishnina,
Okay.
yes.
So this is rook e8, you see? Rook e8. Miranda Tania played rook e8. So after rook e8, it seems like Claudia is in trouble.
She is in a trouble, as we mentioned, Queen B1. Queen to C2 is now a serious threat. Is there any way she can save this game? Actually, we can see that Miranda is down to 29 minutes, half an hour, and Cologne has way more time on the clock. She could think a little bit more to use this moment when she had a chance, right?
Yes, sure. Sure, she made a little bit quick decision when she did not play c3. Exactly for that moment, she did not use her time. She played kind of quickly.
Very quickly.
And now, I think it's a very big trouble here for White.
I don't know the move, actually, what White has to play here.
Could do, right?
Yes.
So Queen B1, checkmate is, no, checkmate is not hanging, sorry. Checkmate will be in case the White will move the knight. So here what is hanging is Queen B1 and then Queen takes C2. This is what's hanging. How to support that? If we play C3 with the White, then B2 pawn is hanging, right? So this, check or even immediately taking this makes sense. Yeah, because knight f7 still does not work. It's the same checkmate here happening on the first rank.
You can also have another checkmate, Queen to C1. The bishop also supports.
Yes.
Another thing, Valerie, here is that you can also just play somewhere rook to E7 and pin the knights. Too many threats here for White. And I'm thinking, can I revote my my vote on our pool? Because it seems like we might have way more tie breaks than I thought.
This is very unexpected tie breaks, very unexpected, because losing with the white colors against the low-rated opponent was not expected at all.
At all. And once again, let's bring the results, what we have so far at the pool, 214 votes. And the question was, how many tie breaks do you expect? Most of the people think that it will be 1 to 5. This is 43%. And the next popular answer is 5 to 10. We voted 10 to 15, and I think we were right so far.
We're on the right way.
That goes to the, exactly, we're those people who voted for right. Guys, go ahead and let us know what do you think, how many tie breaks we're going to have today. Make sure that you also like the stream, and do let us know who are you rooting for in this round, or just general in the tournament. We have not mentioned that actually a lot of players are missing from this event. Top 21 players will join the tournament from round 2, and
by the
they
way,
will
most of them already arrived.
They have arrived
I saw
already.
them today.
They
so
have
they
already
are kind
arrived.
of preparing 2 days in advance. Okay,
And
about this Tanya, I think she's quite promising player, you know, because I just remember yesterday's game in details, and it was not easy game for Claudia. And today's game is tougher. Wow.
Yeah, that's actually true. And we do have women international master from Mexico. We don't know much about her, but we see that she's quite tough opponent.
How old is she? Could you tell me, please? So we are talking about Miranda Rodriguez Tanya, who is doing her best against Claudia Cologne. And she's putting all her energy. We can easily see it on the screen.
She's 37 years old.
37?
Yeah.
Wow.
She's 37
Somehow
years
from
old.
the screen I thought she is 18, 19.
Yeah, I think that's the effect of chess. Most of the chess players, we look young. Let's consider ourselves too in that list.
Yep. Okay, now let's go to the first board. Let's go back to the first board. Here we have Wilson Hanna against Eve Carissa with the typical King's Indian position. Last move was knight d4.
Valerie, we have to, sorry to interrupt you here, but we have to go to the Gunina Ning Isabel game, because Gunina just made a very nice move, and we have a piece sacrifice there.
Oh, you remember somewhere me and you, while commentating, we're talking about Gunina's knights. Remember it?
Give me
No,
more
it was in
details.
Batumi.
Yes?
Yes, it was in Batumi. We were talking about Gunina's Knights. But I don't remember what tournament was it. But it was definitely here. Maybe it was the European Team Championship.
Yes.
She played an excellent game using her knights, and
yes.
here you are.
I remember something like, I remember something Gunina and Knights, but I can't remember what we were talking about. Probably she had some beautiful game where she dominated with the Knights.
Yes, and she did the checkmate. She did the checkmate. She got with the knights inside of the position of the opponent, and just crush everything there.
Yeah, that's actually true. Wow, how do you remember that?
Right now.
When you
I
say
remember
this,
it
I have
right
the
now
flashbacks.
after the move knight takes c5. So, let's go deeper. What's going on here? If the black just capture the pawn.
Well, white wants to play d6. Queen is a little bit limited. Let's say queen to b6.
To hide on a7?
You potentially want to play knight to d5, but you drop the pawn on d6. So first, what you're going to do there is to play bishop to e7.
Wait, what's going on this if I play knight f6? Too many pieces, right, for the queen? Like take
I
the...
take
no.
with the
Wait a
queen.
sec. Yes, this. For
You take with
example,
it, yeah.
this. And queen d6 makes no sense. 3 minor pieces are kind of enough compensation for the queen. Maybe even more. Ah. Okay, so after d takes e5, d6, queen b6, you are saying we have
Bishop
to say
e7
bishop
is
e7.
a bit stronger move. But again, you just play queen to a7, and after knight to d5, you can play like something like b6, and it's not a clear plan what is white's next move. And this is fine position. It's equal position, but you are not gaining any.
You said b6?
Yes.
What about knight c7?
You take the. Oh, you just ignore that and you play bishop to b7, giving up the rook. If you take my rook, then I take it back, and somehow I'm happy in this
Complicated.
position.
Gunina is a brave heart.
And we do have knight to where?
Knight takes e5. Isabel decided to capture with the knight.
Knight takes c5.
That also makes sense.
It's actually, in fact, the
makes
better
sense.
move than pawn takes the pawn.
Yes, and after taking the knight,
You take
she
the
will
queen.
take with the queen for sure. And I like black's position here. I mean, it's like mutual play.
The pawn on c4, pawn on a3, they are disconnected. They are the weakness.
Yeah.
I will develop my bishop either on d7 and then push b5. Or I can also just try to play b6 and bishop to b7. d7, I think, is
Also,
more logical.
what about the bishop on g5? I mean, what's the future?
I'll tell you what's the future for this
Yeah.
bishop. Let's say you pass the move queen to b3. I'll
h6?
play h6, bishop to h4, g5, bishop g6, f4, and the bishop goes on h2. That might be
Not a nice future.
not the brightest future you want for your bishop.
Oh, no. So, you see, very tough game, very tough game. In the first game, Isabel was playing excellent, and she continues doing well. I have to
She's
go
a very
back.
impressive girl, we have to say. She's super impressive. Only 15 years old, from New Zealand. We know that Gunina, for instance, she's from chess country.
Yes.
And New Zealand, I don't really recall any player from
I
that
remember
country.
rugby.
Oh yeah, all blacks.
All blacks.
All blacks are the best, obviously.
Okay, let's go back to Claudia. What, if you don't mind? Oh, Claudia is still thinking. Claudia Colon against Miranda Rodriguez.
Too late to think in that position. She
Yes.
just has such a big struggle now.
Too late to think, you are saying, right?
They say too late to apologize, but we can also just translate into chess that way.
You know that funny thing in Georgia, that too late to drink Borjomi?
Oh, is there such a thing?
Yes. So before that, I will do a little intro that Borjomi is very good for health connected to liver. When you are drinking borjomi, it
It's a
helps
mineral
liver.
water that
yes,
we're
it's
so
a mineral
proud.
water, yes. And we love to say that it's too late to drink borjomi when you have no liver anymore.
Oh no.
Nothing
no.
for to drink it.
Oh no. Yeah, I love Batumi. There was the one of the things that I was missing very much when I moved out from country. I was just it's kind
like
of
it
medicine
also,
for Georgians.
Yes, it's kind of fresh water with gas, but tasty one.
Yeah.
Okay, so still, Cologne is thinking. Let's go back to the first board here. No changes. I will try to refresh. Maybe we have some moves there.
The first board is something that we are focusing right now. Look at the time situation. They actually have the equal time situation on the board.
Even Hannah has a little bit more time already.
Yeah. Yeah, and she looks quite relaxed.
So
Not stressed at
what to
all.
play with the black? Knight e5 maybe? Or knight e5 could be a little bit dangerous. The pawn is hanging on d6, that's correct, right? So, for example, wow, very interesting. What's going on knight takes e4?
Knight takes d4.
Yeah.
Oof. I take with the knight, bishop takes b2. I take knight d7, rook to e7 because f7 pawn is also hanging. And white has strong move rook to f to e1. Oh, we cannot see that on the screen.
Okay, so as we see now, Carissa has less time. She has less than the 40 minutes. She had a time advantage a few moves ago. Now it seems like she does not love something, but she looks like very, very confident. But lovely, her opponent, she's trying her best, that Wilson Hannah.
Love
Where
this
is she
position
from? She's from Sri Lanka? Barbados. Barbados. Yes,
I like your
we
reaction.
all
You
are.
always ask
because
this
it's a sweet
question. It's like, oh,
memories.
yeah,
It's a sweet memories.
Tell us about that.
It was in 2004 Olympiad. I was the captain coach of the Barbados team, and it was the second Olympiad for them.
All right.
And you know, there was 106 teams, and our goal was to get in the top 100. And do you know what happened? We did not reach our goal.
No.
But they improved too much, you know? They improved for 1000% for the last 20 years. They were beginners for that moment. They were beginners. I have a player there in the team who asked me just before the game, he asked me what to play on e4. He was with black and what to play on e4. And I said, okay, what you are usually doing and you love it, just tell me. And do you know what he was doing? He was doing e4, g5. I said G5 is a bad move. Okay, first of all, I said that just listen carefully. I said, no G5 today.
Yeah.
And he's asking me, then what? I said, let's play C5.
Oh my goodness.
He went, that was all preparation. Because just imagine how to prepare somebody 20 minutes before the round with the question what to play on E4.
And who has a history of playing G5. We're talking about that.
So I said C5, and when he asked me to do more comments about C5, I said that the position is already very good. I mean, compared to E4, G5, of course, C5 is very good. So he was playing against a higher-rated guy, and he did the draw, and he was super happy, calling me that the amazing thing happened, and he did the draw, and he wants to show me the game. Yeah. He showed me the game, and do you know what happened there? E4, C5, knight C3, G5. Anyway, but that's much better than E4, G5. And he said that I am the best, one of the best coaches. You know? Because I prepared him in 2 minutes against e4.
And it was c5 and the second one was g5.
G5 anyway, yeah, because he was quite experienced in G5, like he was playing in his field. So after G5, that's it.
I love your stories. There's always so interesting situations like that. And this is something fun to remember.
Lovely people, very lovely people.
Yeah.
And now the Olympic team is absolutely different. They have a great coach and they are doing very well. They are improving too much.
Yeah, so nice story. And here we have as well, here on the screen, Hannah Wilson, a woman FIDE master for Barbados. She is facing the toughest opponent, who is international master Yip Carissa, coming after winning the Currents Cup 2025, getting her GM norm. Very interesting game. Carissa is now down on time, 35 minutes against 44, and she has just made the move queen to f6, offering the queen trade. This is her decision. We're gonna dive into this position right after coming back from our next break, and you guys will see the interview with Ruda, who is 15 years old from United Arab Emirates, and she is a first ever female chess player who become women grandmaster. Enjoy the video and we'll be back shortly.
I'm joined here by Ruda from UAE, who is also UAE's only woman grandmaster. Now, Ruda, please tell us a little bit about your journey. You've been in youth chess since you were really tiny. I remember playing UAE tournaments and seeing you as a little girl. What's your story?
Well, I started chess at 4 years old, and I got Asian championship when I was like 5 Asian schools. And I mean, chess has always been fun for me. I always loved chess, even when I played terrible tournaments, bad tournaments. And I worked so hard to, get the WGM. As I said, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of hard work. There was a lot of bad moments, good moments. But I'm really happy that I finally became the first WGM in the UAE. And I consider my journey, starting all over again. And more, inshallah, more accomplishments and more achievements to come.
And here you are at the FIDE Women's World Cup, one of the biggest tournaments in the world. Tell us about your qualification path and what it means for you to be here.
I got qualified from the Arab Championship when I won it back in November. And today I played my first round against Irina Krush. And I drew. I'm really happy. I mean, it wasn't an easy game. At the end, I'm pretty sure I could have played more, but I didn't have time, so I just took the draw. And tomorrow, I'm playing my second round. I hope I can win, and I'm going to train hard.
So how does it feel playing against a legend like Irina Krush? Of course, the way the draw works here is that we've got you playing against a much higher rated opponent, and you drew an excellent result. How did your preparations go, but more mentally?
The chess preparation, I started preparing against her like a week before the tournament maybe. And, when the pairings came out actually. I did prepare the chess and stuff, but mentally it was really difficult. I was really stressed out before the game because, I trained so hard and I didn't want to lose. But I'm really happy that I ended up drawing, and I think it was a pretty good game. And today I'm going to try to calm myself down, prepare for tomorrow, and see what happens.
Now, my final question to you is, you've got so many little girls looking up to you. You're a front runner in UAE chess, a big, symbolic symbol for them in women's chess. What message do you have for them?
Well, I just want to tell anyone who has a dream of becoming, a grandmaster, to reach a certain rating or anything, and especially to the girls from the UAE, never give up and always remain calm, always work hard, and trust me, your hard work is always gonna pay off. And I'm always here to help. If you need any mental support or any chess support, I'll be there.
A good mentor. Well, thank you so much, Ruda, and good luck for your game tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield, a stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way, playing with fire, playing with heart, playing with emotions, playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Coming back from the break, this is 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup in Batumi, Georgia. We do have a round one, game two, and a very sharp position right now in the game of Claudia, who actually won her first game, but today she's struggling with white pieces.
Okay, and this is a position that we have a few moves done. After we are considering here different lines, Claudia decided to play rook d2 in this position, and maybe it is one of the best practical decisions to stop the danger.
All the mating ideas, yeah.
Connected to the king. Connected to the king, rook d2 is making the white king safe. So black captured this rook, and now black is exchange up, but the knight on e5 is the hope of Claudia. That knight is actually strong, but obviously, of course, the position is technically winning for black as they are just exchange up. Last move was rook c8.
Yep, looking on the c file, some opportunities.
Yeah, maybe another rook goes
another rook can
also
also
to c7.
go there. There's
Yeah?
also queen to a5 check, and black's king is obviously not in danger, and you have a lot of time here to move around with the pieces.
Yeah, technically the position is winning, let's say. Technically the black's position is winning. That will be one of the biggest upsets for today's round, I believe so. Because winning with the black colors after losing the first game with white with such an experience and a strong player, it's like, you know, you have to be a hero.
Very, very nice game by Miranda Rodriguez. Tanya, she is an absolute star of this game. The games that we're covering, this is indeed something that we would like to come often and check it out.
We have to have the title like Hero of the Day.
Hero of
Not
the
just
day.
the player of the day or something. No, just the hero of the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talking about the hero of the day, let's take a look also game of Gunina Valentina against Ning Isabel Xion. Seems like we have a lot of changes. From the last moment we saw this position, it was queen to c5. So
let's
many
take a
things has
look.
happened.
Wait a sec.
Knight to a4.
Somehow, there's something wrong with my memory, you know? Somehow I remember the light square bishop on d7 for black. In this
We were
position.
suggesting bishop d7 and then b5. We were suggesting that line, yeah.
So that knight a4 was a straight attack. What about queen takes a3 here? Is not it possible to capture at least the pawn?
That was the best option here for black to play queen to a3 to get this pawn, and also just try to stop pawn push c5, because after that move then black could chase the bishop with h6, which we saw earlier in the line. But instead of that, we had queen to a7 move, and white decided to push the pawn on c5. And then the difference between queen being on a3 and queen being on a7 is huge, because in this current position, white managed to comfortably get the knight on e6. And
on the same time, white is not pawn down, right?
Exactly.
If the black capture on c3, at least it's
now queen
pawn
to
up position.
e3 has happened. King is already on h1. Bishop h5 is a serious threat to chase the queen and the rook at the same time.
Yeah, it seems to me just
And if
winning,
you get this
know,
queen
for
back
white.
on a7, then I will take the bishop on g7, king takes on g7, and then I'll play bishop to h5, and then followed by queen to
Which
e4.
line are you talking about? Sorry, so for
Queen
example,
if queen goes on a7 now,
back.
yeah, then I will play bishop to h5, take the bishop g7, g7 bishop, and then bishop to h5.
Oh, and the e5 pawn is also hanging with the rook, in case we need so.
Yeah.
So Black rook could not leave the e
Rook
file.
c7, queen d3, all
Oh,
the
she's
pieces are
very
coming.
excited. Look at her.
This is a different Valentina Gunina from what we have seen today at the beginning of the game. She feels it. She's comfortable. She has 1 hour extra on the clock as well, almost, because her opponent has 8 minutes only and a lot of moves to play before the increment. So far, this is the move 18.
Yeah, position is actually
have to
winning.
make
We can say it.
almost.
Yeah, it's almost winning. The position that we have on the board for Valentina Gunina. So, let's start from the first board.
Yes, let's do that.
I mean, let's continue with the first. Oh, here we have no queens on the board, which is actually good for black, definitely, that there is no queens on the board.
And
Wait, am I missing something? Why the bar shows that the white is almost winning?
no.
Look at my bar on the top
Oi, oi, oi.
board. It seems like
Nope.
it does not have to be like that at all. I love black's position. I think
Looks like our bar
I have
had
to
some-
refresh.
Yes,
I have to
some
refresh, so
morning
pardon me for a few seconds.
Side walk on the seaside and got too much of the sun. It's not that bad position.
Yeah,
for
now
black.
the bar is okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
So maybe it was showing the outside temperature.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Talking
so the
about
position.
outside temperature, it's actually quite nice weather in Batumi. Right before the tournament, we had so much rainy days,
Rainy,
but
yeah.
right now we have so comfortable weather. And in this morning, I had a walk outside, and I saw a lot of chess players enjoying walk. I saw Vaishali as well with her mom walking in the seaside in the boulevard, and they were making a lot of photos next to the sea.
Yeah, sure. That's a nice place here we have. Okay, here I have just a quick question. What's going on rook takes d6?
That's a very good question, and we have to definitely check it out. Black will take the knight on f3, bishop takes on f3, then you chase the rook with bishop to e5.
And take the h3 pawn? Don't tell me that.
Yes.
Really?
And black is fine here.
Wow. Yeah, why not? So rook d2, for example, and bishop takes h3.
It's true that you gave up your central pawn for the side pawn, but in the long end game, maybe this h pawn
That's
will
even
be
better.
something. Yeah, after g5, h4, creating the
Yes.
outsider.
Black's
pass pawn.
position is slightly better. Black's position is slightly better. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Tsolokidu Stavrula against Juliana Evi. And a lot of things happened here also. Here now Tsolokidu's game position seems like very good compared to how it was a few moves ago. Let's take a look. So, on knight c3, black did not capture on d5.
Yeah.
We were saying that it was the best move, so black played bishop b4 and got queen b3. Bishop b4 faced queen b3, very strong move.
And you don't have time to take the pawn on d5 because with the queen.
Yes.
Because after queen to c3, knight 25 is hanging, so black had to play queen to f6.
Yes, and now white's position immediately became very good. Yes, here is a clear advantage that the white has, so probably just a short castle.
Yeah, short castle. And black has this backward pawn on e6, which
White is not
will
risking
just
anything.
build
White
up
is
some
not
fight on
risking.
that pawn.
Here even g3 could be done, I think so.
G3, yeah. Rook e1, rook bishop to f1, and bishop to g2 to
At
get
the
this
same
bishop.
time, I want to put my queen on e4, centralize. So, excellent position. Mostly
good
when you
position.
won the first game and you are not risking anything here, and you
And she
have
goes
the
for it.
G3
without even
immediate.
castling. That's also very interesting move order.
Yeah, she
Just
wants
go
to
on
put that
G3.
queen e4 immediately.
Because if you play queen to h3, I go queen e4 anyway.
And what about the castle that we couldn't do?
I do have bishop g4 there.
Oh.
Yeah, I do have bishop g4. Kicking the queen away, hitting the pawn on a6.
So, for example, on castle, it can be bishop g4, queen h6, queen takes e6, queen takes e6, bishop takes e6, castle, and just castle. Just pawn up. Yeah, it seems like Stavroul are gonna win this game. Next we have Gunina. Oh, we are considering that position already. Here is a very big advantage, almost winning for white. She can just capture on e5, but I don't want to trade anything there. d6, definitely d6. Yeah, it seems like game over. Game over. Next game, February Jessie against Ushenina Anna. Oh, and Ushenina Anna has a decisive advantage here also. Yeah. Controlling the e file in the center. Also having the extra pawn on the side, queen side, is giving to black a big advantage.
I agree with that. These pawns are pushed too far for white, and
yeah, double pawns in the center also is not doing a much job. Yeah, huge advantage for black. Just to remind, Ushenina won her first game, so even in case of draw, she's passing the first round, the first stage without tie breaks. Next board, also, oh, here we have kind of game over also. Shukmanana.
Two extra pawns from the king side.
Yes, and connected passed pawns.
Exactly.
That's more than enough to win the game.
Black has to keep the queens on the board, obviously, to keep up game going, otherwise your game is not easy.
You know,
but,
you're gonna lose later.
Yeah, it will be a longer day.
Yeah. Next game, Kiran Manisha against Song Yushin. Here, Song Yushin also has the solid advantage because of the knight.
on d5. Look at that knight, and it attacks the double pawn on c3. It's true that it's not hanging, but
okay.
look
What
at
about
that
supporting the pawn on c4? It's hanging. What to do? How to support?
You can play knight b6 and another knight on d5.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I was thinking about rook c8, but on rook c8 there is knight d6.
Yeah.
The fork and then taking the pawn. But it's not necessary to do for black. They can play knight b6
and get another knight on d5.
Put another knight.
But this is
what
more
about
challenging.
Knight d6? Ah, there is even knight c6.
Yes.
If I need so, there
and
is
the rook is trapped on d4, actually.
Trapped. The rook is trapped.
Yeah. Valerie, another thing is that you can also play rook to b8, a to b8, let's say, or d to b8.
Rook a to b8.
And then after knight captures on a7 to play rook to b2.
Is not it trapped?
Oh, yeah.
It's trapped.
And if the knight goes on the other side, you have knight to b2.
Yes, but on rook b8, I think black will play knight d6.
Yeah, this is what I'm
Rook
suggesting.
b2.
Yes.
And take on, okay, I think any move is giving the advantage to black here. And on the same time, Song won her first game. So again, to remind, even draw is okay. I mean, as a result, is okay for black. Let's take a look at the small Georgian girls, if you don't mind. Let's start with Kirtadze, who is playing against Matnadze. And this is a position. Oh, it's not so bad as we were expecting. So let's see what happened. Let's see what happened after g takes f6. So take on c6, that's obvious. That's also obvious. This, oh, that's also, king d2. We did not consider king d2.
Yeah.
We are considering king b1. 7 and queen d7, that makes more sense for white. Bishop, I'm not sure about bishop b2. Was not it anything better? Like queen g5 check? Huh? It seems better.
I like this move. You're also looking for g2 pawn.
G2 pawn also in case I need to play f5 somewhere to support the, after f5 to support the d8 square to move the rook there. Yeah, something like that. Okay, anyway, Matnadze played bishop b2. Then queen d4. Of course, trading will be the worst option for black.
Yeah.
And if not trade, then queen g5, right? But on queen g5, there is some king e2 now. And when we capture on g2, there is queen f2 with tempo. That's a problem. With tempo, and now the black king is not safe also.
Yeah,
the g
exactly.
opens.
There's queen e4.
Queen e4 again with tempo, queen e3.
Yeah.
And on queen c2 again with tempo.
Rook to d2.
And rook g1 is just winning,
and this is the
winning
moment
game.
when you wish to have a g2 pawn.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, it seems
How
like
about-
Khirtadze has good chances to survive in this game.
Yeah, and in case of bishop c3, there is king c3. If queen c3, then rook d8
sure.
wins
On queen
the queen.
c3, there is rook d8.
Yeah.
And on king's, okay, queen d3 is forced. And it
Just
will be
take and-
technically
yeah,
winning,
yeah.
yes. So bishop takes c3, there is just king takes e3.
And king will
And
go on the
yeah,
other side.
there is nothing happening here. The queen is protected on d4. So Khirtadze got some chances to survive.
Exactly.
Not just
Before
some
we go
chances,
to
good
the
chances.
go to the another game, I suggest to go to Daulite Cornette Diamante.
So you don't want me to take a look at Geladze?
We have to see this one because it was a beautiful
Oh,
tactic.
wow.
Yes.
Okay, Daulite.
Yes, yes.
Just a sec. Here we are. She's playing against Wadifa Ahmed with black. Daulite won her first game.
She won, and she
won.
also finished this one right now while we were going there. It's a good timing. Actually, it was a very nice combination by her trying to trap the queen.
Yes, but bishop takes g2, no? I mean, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, queen c6 check. Is that it? Just queen up?
Yeah, but in the game, you know what happened? She played queen to f2.
On knight a4.
Yes.
Okay,
Queen to
queen
f2.
f2, threatening the checkmate on g2.
And you know what's the best move here?
For white,
Yeah.
what's the best move?
Yes.
Bishop takes no, bishop takes f7 makes no sense. So checkmate on g2 hanging. The best move could be to resign?
Yes. that was done by here
Wadifa,
Wadifa Ahmed
yes.
to resign the position. Valerie, I want us to go a little bit back, just 3 moves back, and see what has happened. All of this started actually after. Yeah, we can see from here. Very nice game actually. It's quite beautifully
F4
done.
Is, F4. F4. It was
F4 is a
not time.
questionable.
It was
move.
not a time for
Yeah.
F4.
But somehow then the rest moves were like perfect. Rook e5 after this one was very nice move. And then white queen started to struggle a little bit on the king side.
Yeah.
And then after
Yeah,
queen to
4 is,
a7, takes the pawn, rook to a8, and yeah, basically
That's
your
it,
queen is
trapped.
trapped.
Trapped. Yes. Okay. So I go to the game to Geladze.
Yes, let's take a look at that.
This is a position. Yeah, black is slightly better for sure, as the knight could be better piece in this position than the white light square bishop. Just better position. Okay, but the game is in a head here. Okay, let's take a look at the top boards again. Let's go back to the top boards. Here we have Ip Karisa with black colors against Wilson Hanna, having a very good position connected to the weakness on d4 that white has. It's a weak square that the black can use with, for example, it's not necessary to do immediately, but with knight e6. it's not necessary to do immediately, of course. First of all, it's better to do some improvements of the pieces. White played knight e2, definitely they want to play f4.
Yeah, the bishop is pinned, so you can't really take this pawn on f4.
So
And
we
White is
have
looking
to
for
stop.
some counterplay, because if she continues to play this game until the end, just like this, Black is very comfortable to make a
Yes.
draw.
So how to face that f4 that the White is threatening? Okay, by itself f4 is not so dangerous, because after f4 there is no threat. White does not want anything special. But still, if we can stop that f4, will be great.
And she went for bishop to g7 actually to make sure
already
that the
played?
bishop is
Safe.
safe and guarded. And after bishop to a3, hitting the knight on c5, she played
What about
bishop
this
f6.
line? f4 take, bishop takes g7 and f3. Is it possible? No. Huh? Is it possible? Maybe it's possible.
You have to play bishop g7 first.
Sorry. Bishop takes g7 and f3.
Bishop d4.
But take on e2 and then knight e6. But dark squares will be weak, right?
Yeah.
So on bishop d4, take on e2, take, and knight e6. But the dark squares will be very weak after bishop f6. Here White has clear advantage, so it's not a good idea. So after bishop g7 and f4, we can just continue with bishop e6 even, maybe is possible, or support that knight with b6 and open up the place for the bishop on the queen side. She has an option. She has an option. So let's see what she will choose. On the second board, Stavrula is just dominating. The position is with a huge advantage for White. And here is nothing much to analyze, actually. The position is just very good. I have some moves on the video, but I don't have on the screen, so I will refresh it again. And here we are. Yes, castle and castle was done. Big advantage, yeah. This is a weakness. That's a weakness forever.
Yeah, c6 has been played to guard the pawn on b7. And this is kind of position that Stavrula is very comfortable to play. First, maybe she has to play b3 to make sure that she's not giving up the b2 pawn. And then bishop to g4, rook to d2 even, or rook to d6. Very comfortable position.
Knight on b6, absolutely
Yeah,
absent.
to compare this knight to bishop, we can see a good piece and a bad piece.
Yeah,
actually.
huge advantage.
Valerie, we do have this very interesting matchup between Irina Krush and Arthur Roda. Let's take a look what updates we have in that game. The first game has ended in a draw, and if this game also ends in a draw, we might have tie breaks.
A very nice position and very interesting on the same time. Last move was knight f5. What about d5? I like White's position here. After d5, it seems to me that we are quite active and having the huge initiative.
Yeah, you can play knight to b3. And after rook moves away, you can play knight to c5.
And maybe move with the bishop. Okay, first of all, I can just easily take on f5 also. That should be the advantage, or just move with the bishop on b1. And two bishops is a power here. Also, the pawn in the center, the d5 pawn, which is already the passed pawn. That has to be advantage. Okay, what's going on in Claudia Coulon's game?
Yeah, very exciting game indeed. And we have actually rooks off the board. We have one rook remaining against the knight. Black is very comfortable in this position still, and
I
the
have a
chances
feeling,
of
Katie,
Miranda winning is huge.
I have a feeling that no one of them standed up even once from the board.
It's true, actually. At least what we are looking at. At the beginning, Claudia was walking.
Yes, because the position was quite
Very
okay.
nice, yeah. She played this 95 sacrifice and everything. But after that, you're right, actually. I've never seen them walking.
Miranda is fully focused. Miranda is fully focused, position technically winning. But some issues, of course, some issues, because the knight on e5 is a very strong piece. If the black could exchange the queen somewhere, then it will be just excellent for them. But it's not so easy to do. The white activate their queen. They centralize their queen, putting on e4. Maybe now it's time to go back with the black queen and putting it on e6. But here queen takes d4 may be possible. That makes sense. Oh, and we have the first result. We have a first result.
This
Gunina
is
won.
Gunina winning her game and the match as well with 1.5 to half against Ning Isabel Sion from New Zealand, 15 years old,
Anyway, well
player,
done.
candidate master. She did a great job also today, but it was a little bit inaccuracy, and Gunina is very experienced player, so she has qualified to the next round, as well as Taulite Cornette.
She already ended up?
Yes, she also qualified to the next stage.
Congratulations to them.
Indeed,
What
big
else could we say?
congratulations.
Let's take a look at Cajita Esperanza against Khotenashvili Bella. Bella won her first game and actually having a huge advantage in the second game also, as we have the opposite color bishop position where it is very important to have the active bishop. Actually, usually if your bishop is more active than the opponent's bishop, we can say that you are piece up. So in this case, bishop on e4 is doing the great job. On the same time, white's king is not safe compared to the black's king, so the advantage is quite clear here for Bella. I believe she can win this position, also could say easily, as a4 pawn is also hanging. When the rook goes somewhere, a4 pawn is just hanging and black can capture. So, for example, on rook c7, there will be just queen takes a4. With the extra pawn and better position. So that allows us to say that the black has a huge advantage. Let's move to February Jesse against Ushenina. Here nothing much has changed. The black is still controlling the e-file, also having the extra pawn on the queen side, which gives them a huge advantage. Next board we have Schuchmann, which has two extra passed pawns, and they are connected. And it seems like there will be no fight. There will be no fight because the position is completely winning for this youngster, we could say, Schuchmann Anna, who is showing excellent performance in the first two games, because there is no weak players in this tournament. We have to say that. It does not matter what is the difference in the rating. All of them could do their best and create the troubles and even beat you in this tournament. And Schuchmann was very solid, playing the first game in excellent style, and the second game also she's doing very well.
Right, before we go to the next game, we do have first tie breaks for tomorrow, and
This
no.
is?
No. This is
No?
not. Yeah, I announced
Not
too
yet?
early. No. I announced early.
You wanted, but no,
Yeah, I wanted.
not yet. Not yet.
But like,
Yeah.
wait, this game has finished, or what's
The game
happening?
of
Is it? It's finished, yeah?
Yeah, it's finished.
Okay, yeah, we have a first tiebreaker.
Okay.
Go back to that mood. So Alina Mobina, woman grandmaster from Iran, she managed to win the second game because she was in must-win situation. She lost the first game against Mina Karbekova, woman international master from Kazakhstan, and this is our first tiebreaks.
Here we are, that game we have on the screen right now. Okay, it's not showing me up. Yes, here we are. That's a game where Karbekova lost with the white colors against Alina Mobina. Mobina won here. Yeah, checkmate is hanging on h2, so white is forced. Yes, not only checkmate, by the way, the queen is also hanging, so white is forced to capture on f3. Black captures on f3, king g1, rook g8 check. King f1 is the only move, or knight g3. On knight g3, there will be h4. And on king f1, there, just a sec, I will do it again. So king g1, rook g8, king f1, there will be queen g2 check, and on king g2, just queen takes e4 with the extra rook. So, Katy, you're saying that Alina Mobina lost first game?
Yes, that's right. He lost yesterday, and today he was in must-win situation.
I don't think they have the big difference in the rating.
That's actually true. Not such a big difference, actually. With white pieces, Mobina,
the same rating.
Very close, 23-11, and Karbekova had 23-70. So this is a quite logical result. Another player who qualified to the second round is international master Song Si-soon from China. She won the first game, and she made the draw in the second one in the match of woman grandmaster Kiran Manisha against Mohante. All right.
Okay, so I think we have the interview here.
We have an interview, and as I understood, we have Gunina after her brilliant game and the sacrifices. Let's take a look.
I'm here live with Valentina Gunina, who just won her game against Isabel Ning from New Zealand. Winning the second game, going into the next round, tell me how you felt about these games.
Everything was preparation. That previous game, it was like I understood I could finish 2 hours before, and I was like, okay, I had some time to think, I guess, probably because it was first round, and yeah. And today everything was also prepared, and yeah, as I remember, computer tell us that it's a big advantage for me. So, and at the last time, I remember that I have to jump on e4, because of I was square around. So I remember, and I won. I'm not sure what my coach will tell that, but at least I will like think like that I was right at everything, but I'm not sure.
And tell me, this first draw, obviously it didn't set you back mentally in any way. The last World Cup, you also drew your first game. Do you take it a little bit easier, like easing into the tournament, because you know the second game you've got this, or how do you approach the first game of the tournament?
You know, if you compare my last in Krasnaya Polyana, last World Cup, everything changed for me these 4 years. So nowadays it's complicated to play classical, but I'm trying to move on. And yeah, we are trying to work hard with coach, and especially classic. Yeah, and just if I feel okay, and it depends for me how I feel actually. So, but and you know, today was extremely cold. And this is, I was thinking like we are in an airport. It's
so sunny outside and then inside a little cool.
But I don't think we need to turn on such cold condition. So, but for me, it's really cold, and
We'll let them.
Yeah.
Let them know. Last time we saw you on the big stage, you won the FIDE Blitz, taking the podium. How do you compare classical chess? What do you prefer? Which time control?
For sure, I like rapid and blitz, but we had this discussion with Russian players, and they didn't want to play classic anymore. And my opinion that you have to play classic and you have to train hard because it's sport, it's chess. And if you are old and cannot play anymore, it's your problem. You have to, to show young generation that chess is not only blitz, and you cannot show every brilliant moment of chess in 5 minutes. So I want to play classic, and I played Asian Championship, and it was really lovely to play, and I'm happy to be here and got wild cards. So, and I just want to enjoy chess because I miss them. I miss them a lot because I couldn't play classical. So, but now I have so good opportunity to come back.
And about that, actually, can you tell us what you've been up to lately? Since telling us about your illness, you're now making people more aware of it through your channels. You're being very active on the socials. So let's tell the audience a little bit about that.
Yeah, I have a funny name of my channel. It's Chess Piglet. Piglet is my funny name in my family. So and it's just funny things that like I'm friendly and I'm kind and so on. I like to share everything with my with people, and they can ask any questions to me, and everything changed a lot. And nowadays I had this special genetic droppings. It's I had already one, but I had to have it before World Cup. But as I understood, my immunity burned a lot, and I had this I don't know how to say chicken virus or something. When you're a kid, you have chickenpox, and I had it twice because I had it when I was kid, and
Before the World Cup, you had this.
yes, and I had herpes, and also on my back. It's really hard, and I have still it, but I'm not how to say. I hadn't. If I touch someone, it wouldn't be a problem for people. So I checked it with my doctor, and it means. What it means, it's because of first dropping, it touched my immunity, so I had this problem, and I couldn't go for second. That's I lost time, probably. And my doctor, she wasn't so happy about it, but what to do? Because you cannot go to with this new treatment when you had some virus or you're ill, so you have to wait for it. But it's especially against the special tiring of my illness. I have lupus, just to remind. Everything is so difficult with this illness, but now I'm kind of ambassador in Russia, and I'm trying to help other people, and I really love Arkady Dvorkovich because I asked him to help because one of my girl who has this illness, she's from Taganrog, the city where Arkady was born, and one call of Arkady, and hospital trying to help her, and yeah, it's really lovely for him.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
Again, I'm crying.
Thank you so much, Valentina. It's amazing to see you here and play and still fighting it out even after going through so much. And I'm sure we'll all be watching you and sending you love. And thank you so much.
Oh,
We're so happy to see Valentina winning. We hope it was a happy tears as well. We know
Yes.
that
That's nice. That's nice to see.
yeah, she's struggling a lot in her life because of the illness, but we are hoping that this victories and the chess tournament helps her to recover. And we wish her the best in her health life, and of course, second round that
Definitely.
she's just going to that.
Definitely.
And today we actually have very nice weather. I think she will be just go outside to enjoy Batumi, and then tomorrow she will have a day off, which is a good thing.
That's
She
an
has a
excellent
coach
schedule when you
here
have a
with
day
her,
off.
so everything looks amazing for Valentina. Well, coming back after after
yes,
the interview.
Claudia Colon again. It seems like she got some counterplay to G6 pawn.
Ooh, Black has 3 minutes on the clock, Valerie. This might be a bit of struggle, you know,
And
for
10 moves
her.
to do.
10 more
Right?
moves to
10
do.
more moves to do. So queen e6 maybe. Queen e6. Makes sense. To support the g6 pawn.
Yes.
And on b takes a5.
B takes a5. Shall we just trade the queens with queen to f5?
So take. Indeed, that has to be winning, definitely. Oops, but not with rook c6. Definitely not with rook c6. We'll play rook c3 there. Yeah, queen e6 was in the game. Queen e6 was in the game, and queen f5 is coming. Seems like it's unstoppable. Queen f5. Also, white has to take on a5, otherwise that pawn
I'll take
goes.
it, yeah.
No, I mean,
Oh,
even
you want
goes
to
and
take? Oh.
yes, and just a passed pawn. Just a passed pawn that nobody can stop it. So it seems like Claudia has to capture the pawn. Queen f5. Queen takes f5 is also forced. G takes f5. And what to suggest? Maybe knight f3. Knight f3 makes more sense. But in case of knight f3, there is rook c4. Okay, position is technically losing, yes. But let's just wait a while. But I don't see any other move for white more than taking on a5. Tanya is doing the excellent game. What's the rating of Tanya? It's just interesting.
It's way,
curious.
way lower than Claudia Colon, obviously, as they are facing each other in the first round, and her rating is 2007.
2007. She's definitely under rating.
Well, she's woman international master. Very likely she either got this title as an elect woman international master, or she earned that title and then she lost some rating.
What I see in these two games, she is actually earning even now.
Yeah.
Look at her, she's fully focused with a very few time on the clock, but still doing the best moves. But sometimes it is happening that the chess player becomes tired, but not now. Not now. Tanya did queen f5. I wanted to say that the chess player comes tired and start doing the mistakes, but Tanya did the best move again.
It's not time for her
it's
yet.
not time for mistakes. Queen f5. After queen f5, the life will be much more easier for black, as there is no queens on the board, and black is exchange up. Okay, white has one pawn for exchange, but it does not make any big sense. Colon is kind of wasting a time right now, but she has a lot of time, so she can do so. Otherwise, queen takes f5 is the only move. King d3 makes no sense at all because of taking here. Take, and c2 pawn is hanging, and in case of taking on d4, there is g2 pawn also hanging. So white is forced to play. Queen takes f5. Any other options will not be the best at all. In case of queen d5, there is rook c2 check, or queen c2 may be even better with the checkmate later there. But Cologne is still thinking. She's still thinking. There is no more move than queen takes f5.
You cannot do much. Pawn on f4 is hanging, pawn on c2 is hanging, and you cannot
Maybe she's thinking about the mistake she did in this game.
Yeah, this is what's happening when you have been
when you are very close
position, then you are
to
just
resign,
thinking.
to give up.
Exactly. Well, this game, if it goes according of Miranda's plan, Miranda Rodriguez Tania's plan, she will have a tiebreak, another chance tomorrow. She's doing a great job today. So far, we do have one tiebreaker, and we do have few people qualified: Valentina Gunina, Song Yuxin, Daulite Cornette Deimante, Tohijanova Begim, Padmini Road, Kamalidanova Merutet, and still some games are in progress. Well, you guys, we're taking now the break as Cologne is taking the queen off the board, and that's the only chance in this position. And by the time we're back from the break, we will have the time troubles in most of the games, and this is the action you don't want to miss.
Board. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
This August, Washington, D.C. becomes the global capital of youth chess. 50-plus countries. One world stage. The World Schools Team Championship 2025. Where strategy meets spirit. Friendships are made. Cultures are shared. Moves are remembered. And alongside the tournament, something big is happening. Welcome to the Smart Move Summit. August 4th and 5th, 2025, right here in Washington. A global education conference exploring how chess transforms learning. Inspiring talks, practical tools, global ideas. From the classroom to the chessboard and back again. Chess builds minds, builds futures. 2 events, 1 vision, smart kids, smart moves, smart world.
coming back from the break. This is 2025 FIDE Women World Cup in Batumi, Georgia, and we do have already few qualifiers, 6 qualifiers to the round 2. We have also so far 1 tie breaks and many more games in progress. Also, on top of that, we do have top 21 chess players arriving in Batumi to get into the competition. In the first round, they missed this stage because they are higher rated, and instead of them, we have a lot of young players from around the world. We have a lot of new faces in this tournament.
Young and talented.
Very talented. I'm so happy to see them here, to being given a chances to play at the World Cup, and we are expecting also some of the surprises as well in the end of today. Well, we are in the middle of the analysis of the games, and today's the most sharpest game was Coulon Claudia against Miranda Rodriguez. Tanya,
do
is
you
this
think
game
we have
still
to
in
start
progress?
with that?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
we have
let's
definitely
go,
to
let's
start.
go. This is a position where Black is completely winning. Some time pressure, as I see. There is still 3 moves to do, and Tanya Rodriguez has, she has 3 minutes. She has 3 minutes, what I see here on my screen, and on the video also we can see that there is 3 minutes on the clock. That's absolutely enough, as the position is not complicated anymore, it's just technically winning. Because Black is exchange up for the pawn, but that extra pawn is not doing much job for Claudia. Claudia is upset, definitely, we can see that, and it's a fact, because winning the first game with the lower rated opponent with the black colors and losing the next game with the white, of course, is not a best option for her at all. I don't think that this position is interesting anymore, because the position is completely winning for Black. It's just material advantage in the end game. But let's see, as Tanya is doing the moves quite quickly. She played King f6. Why not?
What is her plan right now? How she's going to convert this winning position?
So, first of all, I think she can attack the c2 pawn. For example, let's play Rook g3 first, or King f2. King f2, as the pawn needs to be supported, and Rook c3, attacking the c2 pawn, and then just move with the rook on c5, just to stay on c5, to protect f5 pawn, and attacking the c2 pawn on the same time, and then move with the queen on the queen side. Mm-hmm. That can be the winning plan.
Not so difficult, not so challenging. The king is guided from the 3rd rank. Rook is so active on c3.
Yes, and if the white king goes to d2, which is impossible because of rook g3, in case I need that to play, or if my rook stays on c5, also no problem, I will activate my king anyway. So the roach plan for Black is just to activate the king.
Mm-hmm. And she's going for rook to
rook
c3, as you were mentioning.
Rook c5.
Valerie, she has Miranda Rodriguez. Tanya has 2 minutes and 45 seconds. A few more moves to be played before the increment.
Only 1 move.
Do you think it's not even a challenge here?
No, it's not. It's not, because the position is quite simple. For example, the next move, rook c5, could be done, or any of them. Even b6 is okay, just to gain the time. King e2. Oh, 2 moves left. So it's move number 39 for Tanya Rodriguez. Mm. Actually, in their original language, it's not Tanya. You know
what
that?
Is it?
It is Tanya.
Tanya.
Tanya. Yes. I mean, in the Spanish language, there is no T. It's Tu.
Okay. Tanya.
So it is Tanya Rodriguez Miranda. with pronunciation, with the correct pronunciation, as I know I'm very okay with the Spanish language.
Spanish, yeah.
So that's why.
You have students, right?
Not only students. I was living in Spain. I was
Oh.
living in Spain for 1.5 years when I
Okay.
was age 16. I
Oh,
was
wow.
playing there for the Spanish team and was living there in the small city of Talavera de la Reina.
Oh, wow. Sound also very impressive.
Yes. Yes.
Reina is a queen, was it?
Yes.
Reina.
Yes. Yes. Reina.
Very, very chess.
Yeah, chessy
City,
city.
yeah, you were
It was a
living.
chessy
Wow.
city. But the queen on Spanish language is dama. I mean, the chess queen. The chess queen is dama. Okay, so after the Spanish lesson, we can go to the first board. And Deep Carissa is winning her game here. So just to remind, Wilson Hannah with the white colors, but in the first game she lost with the black colors against Eve Carissa, where Carissa was absolutely confident, and as she is in this game. I mean, she's showing
great,
she's showing excellent performance. And you know, if there will be a bet on the finals, I can bet on this chess player, in this tournament. Because
Okay,
I
after 21 other players joining.
Yes,
Yes.
even there, I think this girl is one of the promising chess players
Exactly.
from the new generation.
Oof, absolutely. It's a big talent.
The position is absolutely winning. What we see now, she's just pawn up. Also, the position is better. The pawn on a2 is also hanging in case she wants to capture it. In case she wants just to improve the position, also c5 is possible just to fix everything on the board. Decisive advantage. That's why I think it's better to go on the next game, but wait until she's doing the move. She played rook b8. Why not to put the rook on the open file? Definitely that makes sense.
Definitely makes sense. And now also there are some threats, I think, connected to a2 pawn.
Actually, wasn't it possible right
to
away?
take it right away.
I don't see
Rook to
anything.
d. No, we can't do that.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, you could do that too, yeah.
But I don't think that it runs anywhere. She can take on a2 even now, because the white pieces are completely stacked. So we can say the position is definitely winning for black. I will not congratulate Carissa yet, because the clock is still on, but the position is absolutely winning for her. Next board we have Tsolakido, the same, almost the same situation we have here. Tsolakido, which won her first game against Juliana Ivi, and now she's having the extra pawn in the rook and the bishop against the rook and the knight endgame, where black has no counterplay anywhere, and the position is just technically winning. Even if there is no bishop and the knight on the board, the rook's endgame is also very tough for black, but bishop on the board is just killing all hopes, because it is a much better piece than the knight. Does not matter where it stays. On the same time, that knight does not have any outpost to stay. King f2, of course. Step by step, it could be a long game, by the way, but step by step, Stavrula gonna improve her position.
She's smiling, I'm sorry. Oh, look at it.
Draw? Wait a sec. That's something special,
Is it?
That decision I don't understand. Why not to play?
Stavrula?
Why not to play?
Oh, okay.
What was that? Katie, could you help me, please? Because if she wanted the draw, I'm talking about Stavrula, she could offer the draw much earlier. If she wants to save the energies, right? That's the only point, to save the energies. Otherwise, in this completely winning position, why to agree on draw?
Yeah, that's a bit mysterious. choice for me as well.
I understand if you agree on draw in the complicated position, but in such a simple position where you are just pawn up, why to agree on draw? I'm talking just about the rating points.
Yeah, and we have a big smile actually from Juliana Evi.
Yeah. She's happy, why not?
Why not? She got something out of this tournament. Okay, she's not only got something, but also...
But anyway, congratulations to Stavrula.
A lot of money, 3,750 USA dollar goes to her alongside with this rating.
Yes.
Stavrula is there. Do you think now she regrets it?
Okay, so we have another second round player. This is Stavrula Tsolakidou. Next board we have Kahita Esperance against Khotenashvil Bella. Khotenashvil Bella, which is winning her game. The position is with a very big, huge, we can say decisive advantage. She's pawn up.
It looks quite nice, and look at also how important is this pawn on d3. And what I really love about this position, the bishop on a8, which just cancels everything on this long diagonal and creates some kind of danger as well on the king.
What about f5? Not possible. Queen e5. Yeah, f5 not possible.
All right, now it's time to take a look at another interview, and for you guys, we do have Irina Krush.
She won the game.
I'm here with the legendary Irina Krush, who just won her game, crushed her game, and is going on to the next round. How do you feel about your performance in these two games? You drew the first one against Ruda. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a pretty even game. You know, you kind of have to get into the swing of play right in the first game. And actually at the end, like I almost like got my bishop trapped, so I was kind of like feeling okay about the draw. Like I didn't really have too many winning chances yesterday. And certainly some chances to be worse, right? So that was fine, and today was a much smoother game.
It's an interesting format when we have top players like you playing against more like underdogs, but Ruda, you know, she's a newly crowned WGM. You know, she's hungry for that. How do you approach these games playing players like this?
Yeah, she's definitely improved a lot in the last few years. You know, she's been playing a lot more, and she's still a very young player. I calculated she's probably around 18 years old.
15, actually.
15, really? Okay. Wow, so even younger. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. You know, we played in the Abu Dhabi Open last year, so we have one tournament that we played in common. And yeah, no, of course I knew that you know, young players are dangerous, right? So, but yeah, you just play your own chess.
And about the World Cup formats, how do you enjoy this?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy being here in Batumi. We have good weather. I'm happy for the FIDE tomorrow, and I think I have an interesting pairing in round two because if I calculated right, I'm playing Carissa.
You calculated right.
Yeah. Not off by 3 years, you know.
Oh, well, that's great to hear. You said you're loving Batumi. Have you gotten a chance to explore yet? Tomorrow you have a perk that maybe other players don't have, that you do get a rest day. Do you plan on doing something outside?
Yeah, mostly just prep, I think. You know, probably as much prep as I can during the day so I can just go to sleep earlier and not do my usual like 4 a.m. sleep time. I think it's better if I can get to sleep a little earlier. So I'll probably use the day for that. I mean, I'm going to be around here in this part of the world for a while. Like, I'm not going back to New York until like September, so there is no urgency to do sightseeing.
Yeah. And interesting when you mentioned Carissa that you think you'll play her. Now, Irina, you're the only grandmaster who is a woman from US. This is a big step, and you are, of course, a role model for many players, including players like Carissa. Do you feel this effect somehow?
Well, I was happy to get that done, and that was definitely a goal of mine for a long time, and I'm sure that I'm not going to be the only one for long, because Carissa and Alice are both making good progress, right? And they were just at the top 2 places at the Karen's Cup, so they're getting really close. And but yeah, that means it's going to be good for our team at the next Olympiad.
And the message I like to ask, especially for players like you who are kind of outstanding, especially in the women's field and in their countries, what message do you have for young girls watching you?
Oh, chess is a great game. It's given me so much. So I think it has so much to offer in terms of your mental development, your character development. So yeah, I think it's just so worthwhile to spend your life on that.
Thanks, Serena. Good luck for the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Irina Krush says that chess is a great game and it gave her a lot. And also she believes that she's not going to be only grandmaster from USA, female grandmaster, for a long time, and she mentioned that Alice Lee and also Carissa will be next players who will achieve this title, which she is very happy about, because then she also mentioned that the next Olympiad they will be much stronger, which is so good to hear. And congratulations to Irina Krush to qualify to the next round and also to have a day off in a lovely seaside city of Batumi. And we also know that she is a big fan of Georgian food. She enjoys that, and hopefully she will have a really nice rest day. Coming back to the games, we have now Bella Khotenashvil, the rating favorite, on the screen against Kahita Esperanza. And we mentioned that Bella has a good position.
Yes, she has rook c6. Now white is forced to capture on c6. Otherwise, if white moves the rook, then black gonna activate the rook too much. So it's much better to capture on c6. Bishop takes c6, and now queen d3 is not working because of queen a1. And after queen a1, the white king is in a big trouble. Huge advantage for Bella here. Let's move ahead. And we have another result here. February Jessie against Ushenina Anna. I think something similar happened here to the game of Stavrula, where Stavrula was with advantage, but she just agreed on draw. Here Ushenina did the same. She has a huge advantage, but she agreed on draw. Here I think it's more understandable to be okay with draw with black, because a lot of pieces on the board, and Ushenina still is risking something compared to Stavrula, but the point is the same. In the big advantage position, the players, as we see, they are agree on draw for having a little bit more rest and preparation for the next round.
Yeah, very important decision to make, to keep all the energy. The energy will be the key in the rest of the tournament for the key players, and some of the players have to book their ticket to go back at home. I talked with Jessie briefly after the game, and she mentioned
we have a lot of results on the top 10 boards.
We do have, yes. You know? Look at the playing venues, half empty or full empty.
Our congratulations to Schuchman also, who won both of the games. Next board, Kiran Manisha against Song Yushun. They agreed on draw.
Song Yuxin actually qualified. We have also Alexandra Maltevskaya qualified already with
as
2
well
victories.
As Daulita Kornete.
Exactly.
Maltsevskaya also with 2 victories. Yes, so what do we have in progress? We have in progress Colon Claudia with this position. The position is technically winning for black, as we are saying multiple times. And we have one more game in progress. This is Bella Khotenashvili. So let's take a look at Claudia's game. You see, Miranda is still thinking.
But now she has extra 30 minutes on the clock, so she can do that.
I'm saying from the point of view that she's not standing up at all.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, a lot of players, when they got that increment, they are standing up, having some, you know, refreshing themselves and so on. She is still sitting with the high responsibility and trying to do her best. So in this position, she played, we have some extra moves that I have to refresh my screen because I am not on the same position as it is on the camera.
Yeah, because we can see the rook is on c5. That was our suggestion, to bring this rook on c5 to guard the pawn on f5, to free the king, then to move on the queen side. And that's exactly what she's doing. But it's going back on c8.
C7.
So c7, yeah.
Actually, she was already there.
Yeah.
So rook g7 also makes sense. The problem of pushing h4 is that in case rook leaves the c file, knight will be free, and after knight f3, the pawn will be hanging there. So some difficulties. We have some difficulties for black, but only some difficulties. The position has to be winning, of course. King f3. They repeat the position. And now Tanya will do something different. I hope so. I think the best option is to put the rook on c5 still and move with the king, but she's not doing that.
Yeah, but the king, king is quite limited too, because this knight on d4 is kind of controlling e6, squares.
Yes,
but you can do
is.
king e7, king d6, and then the rook is on c5, then king d5.
Okay, then once you can move rook d5, for example.
Yeah, and then king to c5.
So what is she trying to reach? Rook d7. Okay, definitely the answer will be king e3 from Claudia's side. And what was the point of rook d7? Nothing much. What about rook e7 check then? Ah, that makes sense.
E4.
And then rook e4. For example, on king f3, there will be simplest rook e4, and if I got that knight from there, or force you to play c3, then c2 pawn will not be protected with a knight anymore. Then I will go back and then back on c7, and then back attacking the pawn.
And kicking the knight from d4 square, which gives then freedom to king to move away.
Yes. So another option for white is instead of king f3 on rook e7
meanwhile,
check.
Carissa has won her second game, and she is now officially qualified to the second round.
Congratulations to her.
Indeed.
So on king e3, rook e7 check, and in case of king d3, the same rook e4 is creating the troubles, as there is no g3 because of h4. G takes h4, rook takes f4, that's winning. So, yes, king d3, rook e7 check, king d3, rook e4, and maybe we have to consider knight e2. But now my king is free for acting. Maybe I can play king e6 immediately. Or here I can, here I already play h4. Because the knight is tucked. h4 was dangerous when the knight was on d4 because of knight f3.
Now knight cannot move away.
Yeah, now knight cannot move at all. So h4 is giving me the advantage. Let's see if on king e3, yes, she did rook e7. She did rook e7. And now Claudia is thinking which way to go.
Yeah, to keep this king in the center to play king d3, then she has to guard the pawn, but she chooses to go king to f3, and after rook to e4.
After rook e4, I think she's going to play c3. I think Tanya will play rook e4 quickly. But she starts thinking. It's difficult to say what else she's thinking about more than rook e4.
Yeah, I think she just likes to think a little bit.
To double check again and again.
Longer that the other players would.
Yeah, she has 25 minutes, so she's able to think. Let's take a look at other games, if any of them left. Yes, Cajita Esperanza against Khotenashvili Bella. So Bella is pawn up in the rook's endgame. White has to capture on f4. And now I think after rook c4, black is gaining another pawn, or in case of rook h4, there could be rook c4 check, king g3, rook takes h4, king takes h4, and of course the pawn's endgame is completely winning. Yeah. Seems like completely winning for black. As they are gaining another pawn. That's a problem, that after king f4 there is rook c8 and the black is gaining another pawn.
Rook c4 is coming next.
Rook c4 is unstoppable.
You cannot really do anything with this rook on h5. You can counterattack the pawn on b6.
Anything.
You can play e6,
Yes,
obviously,
but even in that
then
case there is check first.
Yeah.
And when the king goes somewhere, does not matter, then I can just take that. And on rook b5 there is even rook b4.
Yeah. And you know how the things can go wrong there for black? If you don't take the pawn on e6. If you
King
get a bit
f3.
greedy, and then if you just
to
keep this
allow to
pawn,
play
yeah.
e7.
But Bella is so experienced player,
Yeah,
she will not risk that much.
Sure. King f3. I don't think
they're
it will
taking the
change
pawn
too
on
much.
Oh,
It's kind of the last song.
last one.
Rook c8. Definitely she will play rook c8. Here you are. And next will be rook c4. I think this game will end it up soon. So let's move again to... we have one interesting game here. Stefanova against Ajar. There is nothing interesting, unfortunately. The position is absolutely winning for... Oh, we have almost empty...
Almost empty,
you see?
playing venue, and a few games already in progress. We have some interesting scenario in the games of Geladze against Pam Letang. Can we take a look at that game?
You mean Geladze? Yes?
Yes, Geladze.
Geladze against family. Oh, wow, Som Geladze is doing her draw. I mean, she's almost in the second round.
Yep, she just needs to make a draw to qualify because she won the first game with black pieces against international master from Vietnam, Pam Letang.
Very strong player, by the way.
Very strong player, and this is
a
the
big
upset
success.
we were looking for.
This is a big success for Geladze Kesaria, who is a very young Georgian chess player with a lower rating compared to the opponent. I think she has less 200 points, maybe more than the 200 points compared to her
And she's
opponent.
only 15 years old.
She's only 15 years old. She got a good results in the youth championships, but this success will be one of the biggest
one
in
that she has
her life
achieved,
for now.
Yeah.
And
she
let's
got
see.
the wild card as well, so it was wild card spent well in this case.
Yes, she deserved. She deserved.
Absolutely.
What about another Georgian girl who won the first game? That's Kirtadze.
Oh, she lost the game, and this is another tiebreakers for tomorrow.
We have another tiebreak here. Let's see how it was happening. So we saw this position. You remember this position, Katie?
Yes.
Here we were saying King E2, and she played King E1, a very bad move. King E2. King E2 was much better.
King E1 is bad because
of Rook C8 and C3 is hanging with check.
the queen, yeah.
And she blundered this.
Wait, what?
Bishop
Queen
takes
to
the
C1.
queen to C1.
Oh no.
Oh, Queen A5 even,
wow.
and Rook D8. Yeah? Yes. Yeah, that's a
wow.
blunder. That's a blunder. Yes, and this is a tough position here for
Yeah,
white.
queen being so active and the pawn being on E-file.
And another blunder.
Yeah.
Look at this. So Rook D5, another blunder.
Yes,
Crazy
queen E3, queen
blunders.
E2, yeah.
Queen E3, Queen E2.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nerves.
Yeah.
That's already nerves. Okay, this position is advantage for black, but definitely it's not winning. It's not winning yet. But
You
after
know, you
Rook
have to
D5,
show some technique.
congratulations to Anna Matnadze. She did her job. She went to the tie breaks, which will not be easy. I'll tell you in advance, it will not be easy to beat this young Georgian girl, but for now, Anna did her best. She equalized the score, and of course, we wish the best luck for both of the Georgian players, we can say, in that, as Anna is also originally from Georgia.
That's right. Another player from US, Alice Lee, is having her game right now, and it seems to be quite equal. at this point.
She won
but
the first game.
She has won the first game, so this might be just a fine result
not
for
decisive. Not decisive. Here is a game of Bella Khotenashvili. After rook c8, opponent answered with rook f5, but here is not necessary to play rook c4 immediately, as on rook c4 there will be rook takes f4. I think still winning, but why to calculate that pawn's endgame when we can play just rook c3 check first, and then play rook c4. This game will be over soon. What did she do? No, it's her turn. Yeah, she did not do any move. But rook c3 check seems so obvious. Rook c3 check, and in case white captures on f4, then rook c4 check and take on a4. With 2 extra pawns, there is no chances to survive.
Yeah, probably she's considering the king g4 in that line after rook c3.
After rook c3, king g4. Okay, let's consider rook c4 immediately and that pawn's endgame. I think it is completely winning. It's completely winning. Has to be, but it's very long lines. Could we take a look, please, in these long lines, in the pawn's endgame? Is it winning or not? Bella Khotenashvili, so...
Yeah, it is.
The pawn's endgame after rook c4, take, king f8, right?
It is completely winning. King f8,
so for
king
example,
e4,
king e4,
king e7, king d5, king d7, h4, g6, and when king goes on c4, you play king to c6, and your next move is b5, and you create the pass.
And if white plays king e4?
If king e4, then you go
king
to
c6, king f4,
c6.
and king d5.
Exactly.
Yeah, simply winning. Even instead of king d5 there, I think will be even b5. Yes, so that's the last moment that Bella is thinking. I'm completely sure of that. She's just deciding to go there or not. Of course, it's easy decision, because in case something too unexpected happened, okay, you will do draw, and that's it. Still, you are winning the match. Let's take a look at Claudia again. Here we are. Did Tanya play rook e4? No, she did not play rook e4. She played h4. h4.
And Claudia?
c3 and rook c7.
Well, more or less the similar situation now, knight e2.
Now moving the king.
Time to move the king.
It's the same, winning now as it was before. King e6, king d5.
Well, if you play king e6 now, and after knight to d4...
Anyway, king d5.
Knight takes on f.
Yeah, my b pawn will be much dangerous.
Much stronger, and the knight is the worst piece to stop the pawn.
Just winning. What else could we consider here for black? I don't think there is any other options more than moving the king. Rook on c7 is very flexible. So, for example, if white will try to stop my king from entering on c4, then it will be rook g7, attacking the g2 pawn and gaining the g2 pawn. So, Tanya, oh no, actually she has 23 minutes. Now it's possible.
Lots of time, yeah.
Now it's possible to think, oh my God, she's doing her best. This is a clear example, you know. The player which is doing her best at the board. With the same pose all the time, we are watching her.
So focused, so dedicated for this game. We haven't seen her leaving the board, and we are actually focusing on this game quite a lot today, as from the very beginning it was very, very nice game indeed, which actually started by Kulon herself to play all these sacrifices and brilliant moves, but then at some point she just made one inaccuracy.
Yes, one inaccuracy.
And then another inaccuracy, and then she found herself in a big trouble.
She found herself in tie breaks. After those
Well
inaccuracies. Okay, let's take a look at Geladze Kesaria's game again. That young rising star from Georgia, which is actually doing the draw. She is doing her job. This is a position, so she gonna take. Yeah, why not? Yeah,
Why not?
take here. Black takes. White takes, take on b5, and after queen d4 check, the black king could not escape anywhere, or black
There's
could
king
not
h7.
black could not improve the position. The biggest problem is to improve here. On the same time, to protect that b pawn. On the same time, all the time, black has to support the b pawn and support the king. Doing both of the jobs here is just impossible.
Not possible, yeah.
So this is what happened in the game. This is the position. Now Pham Le Thao gonna capture on b5, that's for sure. And you know, after capturing on b5, it's not necessary to play queen d4 at all. We can play queen d6 immediately. That makes more sense. Queen d6 makes much more sense. Now queen e7 check is hanging with the automatically perpetual check. So queen d6 is much better. Queen d4 was just unnecessary move. Queen from d6 attacking the b pawn, stacking the queen, the black queen, and on the same time
You want to play queen e7
wants
check,
to play queen e7. It seems like a draw, yes. Let's go back to Bella Khotenashvili. Oh, no, she wants
Take that
to
pawn.
capture the a4 pawn without going to the pawn's endgame. She wants just to capture that pawn. So what's going on king h4? g5 check. Rook takes g5, rook takes g5, king takes g5, and voila.
Hard to stop that pawn.
No, I like when the chess player is so categorically, you know. She just did not want to go to the pawn's endgame. She decided to win the game with.
And
Oh,
also
here we
her
are.
opponent is
G5,
just like,
please.
no, I'm not going to take that pawn.
Please g5. She will play that.
I like this little competition over the f4 pawn.
g5. And we have one more board. After this is still Claudia Coulon. Let's see. No? What? Wait a sec.
What happened?
Rook g1 happened. Why not g5? Oh,
Because
come on,
when you
Bella.
take on
Yes, I understand,
f4, then
but
g5, just like your student did.
You know? Yes, but it's just nice.
And we have
And she stopped the clock.
resignation.
No, yeah, that was the best choice that Bella did. We are joking a little bit. G5 was just a nice move, good looking, but Rook G1 is much more soft and straight and. Yeah,
very nice.
Congratulations to Bella.
Indeed, congratulations. Actually, Valerie, we have request to jump right away to the board of 43, where we do have Argentinian youth chess champion playing her game. Her name is Francisco Guequamburu Candala.
I will find
Apologies
it.
for the for the way I'm doing this. I'm trying my best.
I can't find it. I have to spell. Please spell the letters. I will just type it.
Francisco.
Francisco.
Yes.
Yes. Against Gao Muzian.
Oh. Oh, what's the result between these two? Gao actually won the first match, was it? What's the result between them?
I will take a look.
And what's the position?
This is a position where black is winning. Black is
Okay, we're
winning.
gonna check that. We're gonna get that on the camera very soon, because I think he just finished the game, and we're gonna see the live interview. Oh, we're waiting for this. Actually, we're gonna get the live interview, and now we're looking for this game. Let's just.
It is board number 43, right?
48.
48? Here we are. The first round was, they have the same rating. It's nothing unexpected there, Kathy. They have the same rating. They drew the first round, and now the player with black colors, this is, okay, I can pronounce her name correctly, okay? Francisco Gesamburu Candela B.
Okay, very nice way. And what's the current position? Is she going to win?
She's winning.
She's winning, yeah.
The position is completely winning. She's pawn up and also dominating on the whole board. But they are the same rating. I mean, nothing unexpected is happening here. She's just winning her game with the black colors. And the only thing we can do after the game to congratulate her with not unexpected result at all.
All right. Well, with the Black Pieces, we do have the 2023 World Junior Girl Champion from Argentina. She's also Continental Women's Chess Champion of Americas in 2023.
Should I repeat the last name again?
2025 Argentinian Youth Chess Champion, and please do that, honor.
Sure.
Yes.
So, this chess player is Francisco Gesamburu Candela B. I think it's possible. By the way, you know, I hear that in the family could be with the same name, but not B in the end, but A. So, for example, Francisco Gesamburu Candela A. So it's like, yes, I mean, B, if there is B, it could be A there, or C. No, actually, it's like that. I had one very nice friend from Spain with also a very nice last name. It was like very long and it has a meaning also. Maybe you also know that he was playing the chess, but it was about 20 years ago. That was Daniel Paz Ladrón de Guevara.
And which means?
It means that, so Daniel Paz, this is like a name.
Yes.
Ladrón means beggar.
Oh.
Yes. And de Guevara, it's like a forest.
Oh, forest.
The beggar from the forest.
Forest, yeah. Yeah, nice name.
Okay, I think we can go back. Right? We review enough this game. It's completely winning from Argentinian player. And in case she wins that game, of course, we wish the best luck in the next rounds. Now we can go back to our game of Claudia Coulon. Last move was g4 en passant.
And knight. King has to take?
King has to take. In case of knight taking the pawn, there will be rook takes c3. The pawn is hanging on c3, so that's why Claudia is forced to capture with the king.
Yeah, not much changed actually. Black still needs to get
to be
king
accurate.
on e4, let's say. This king can go on e4. And then start to annoy.
King f6.
Is
By the way, the king goes to
and
h5.
Yeah.
Yes. King can go on h5 now. Yeah, nothing much is changing in this position. As it was winning until now, it's a winning still. With the still small issues for black to activate the king. Tanya decided to activate that king from the king side, putting it on g6, and in case she needs to put it on h5, she will do that. And she can do that because the knight could not move because of one simple reason: the pawn is hanging on c3, so black king could simply and straightly go to h5. When the king goes to h5, after that, black can play. I mean, white king has to stay on g3, otherwise the king also goes on h4. So white king has to stay on g3, and in that moment, black would play rook e7, attacking the knight.
Yeah, and this rook can get actually on e3 and then pick up the pawn later on c3. Well, this game has a future that it might continue a bit longer. We're now taking very likely our final break because most of the games have been already finished. We do have a lot of qualifiers, and by the time we're back, we're going to have a clear picture how many tiebreaks we are having tomorrow and how many of these players went to the second round of 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
coming back to the final part of the day 2 at 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup in Batumi. We do have a lot of qualifiers to the round 2, and we also have some tie breaks for tomorrow. But still, one game is in progress on the top board. This is Coulon Claudia against Miranda Rodriguez Tania, and we are going to take a look at that game immediately.
The game which we have here is absolutely winning for black. I will show it on the screen. This is the position, the current position. Black will capture on f4. It's completely winning with any options, actually, just to push f-pawn supported with the king, and the position will be absolutely winning. So we can say just well done to Tania
Rodriguez Miranda to go to the tie breaks. And Valerie, it's time to take a look at the rules of the tie breaks that we are going to see that tomorrow. And here we have the rules of tie breaks. We're going to have first 2 rapid games with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. In case if we have a tie, 1-1, then we're going to have another round of the rapid games with now less time on the clock, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. It might also end in a draw. Then we're going to go to the 2 blitz games of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And well, if it's a draw again, 1-1, then we're going to have a 1 blitz game of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And you might ask, what happens if that also ends in a draw?
Yeah, please.
We're going to continue until we're going to play. We're going to have 1 game, and we're going to have this game until someone wins. And in chess, we call that sudden death.
What happens if continues that draw again and again, like it happened with the Carlsen Magnus?
Carlsen
and they just agreed on draw.
Yes, this famous little talk there. Yes, we're gonna see that live. We're gonna have the front row.
We have a chance.
Valerie, actually.
We have a chance.
We're gonna be the only people who are gonna see that as the first people. Yeah. A lot of
previously it was Armageddon,
yes,
right?
Armageddon. But kind of like the Armageddon games are so challenging for some people. No, it's just like so tricky.
Yes,
that
it is.
Sometimes the organizers are choosing
I think
to
this
have a
system
sudden
is
death.
even more obvious. Better, yeah, until somebody wins the game.
I kind of like Armageddon, though.
Yeah?
Like it's the final one, and you know, this is the.
Yes, because theoretically it could continue till, I don't know, right?
A lot,
like 100 games of draw.
Yeah, exactly.
So what's next? Okay, anyway, here we have this position. As I already said, the position is absolutely winning. I will take a look if there is any more games in progress. First of all, I will take a look at Giladze's game, which was quite important for her as she won the first round, and in the next round, I mean today, she wants to do the draw to qualify for the next stage, and she did draw. She did draw.
Yes, and she qualified. Congratulations to Kasaria Giladze.
15 years old girl.
Who is actually a local. She's
local,
from Batumi.
yes, she's from Batumi. She's from so that's a great news for the citizens of this place.
They should be very proud of Kasaria, who is only 15 years old.
Congratulations.
Local chess player, and somehow, I don't know, but a lot of players very often, every year we do have a local player.
Yes,
going through all the way at the World Cup, and it's kind of, I think, motivation.
By the way, we have
them.
another local player in this tournament. This is Nino Batsiashvili, which will join us from the second stage. She's also from Batumi. So good luck.
Valerie, is this red circle just getting smaller and smaller?
Oh,
at the beginning, it has like a bigger circle.
So here is only one visitor could enter there, right?
This is our camera, which shows us the whole picture of the playing venue, and rest of the red line is removed because after 1 hour from the starting, the games, the visitors are not allowed anymore. So if you want to visit this tournament and you are in Batumi, you are very much welcome, but you can do that from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. only. And after that, you
Let's
have
take
to
a look
leave.
at other games. Here is in progress Bulmaga Irina against Huslen Erdenebayar. I think Bulmaga won her first game, and she is slightly better. She is slightly better in this game also. The position is slightly better. She is piece up for 2 pawns, so she is not risking anything. It means that she will qualify for the next stage. Another game we have Gunawartana Devindyaoshini against Lee Ellis. Lee Ellis also won her first game, and now the position seems like equal. It is very close to draw, as there is not enough material, not enough pawns on the board to fight for a victory. I'm talking about white, because in the open position we know that the bishop is better than the knight, but too few pawns on the board. So the game goes to draw. Another game here in progress. We have Campus Maria against Jai Mo. Campus Maria, I don't know the result of the first round of Campus Maria and Jai Mo, but what we have now, it's absolutely winning position for Jai Mo. Black is just promoting the pawn, so Black gonna win this game. I will take a look at the results of the first round of Campus Maria. It's very interesting. Okay, actually I will go to the next game. Until that, I think, Katie, you can find it. Campus Maria against Jaimo. Next game in progress. This is Efroimski Marcel against Wafashruk. And Efroimski is completely winning. She is qualifying to the next stage. Next game we have Balajayeva Khanim against Kali Ahmed Elnaz. It seems like completely drawing position. And it is a very interesting to know the result of the first round of Balajayeva and Kali Ahmed Elnaz.
On the mission to check it.
Okay, so we want to find out two players. This is Balajayeva, and another was not Lee Ellis. Lee Ellis won her first game. Another was Jaimo. Before that, I will go back to Claudia Coulon's game. Here we are, Black push the F pawn, and of course nobody can stop that pawn. Definitely white can play knight d4, but in that case there will be rook e3 check, king d2 and king e4. And later,
slowly together,
yes,
these three pieces will go all the way to f1.
To the end, So let's see what's the current position. Yes, knight d4 was in the game. Without knight d4, f3 was just promoting, so that's why knight d4 is forced. And now rook e3 is the most obvious move, which is easily winning the game. So, for example, one more time, rook e3, king d2, king e4, and white actually have nothing to do here. They could not push the c4 pawn because there will be king takes d4. And if they could not push the c4, then what to play? f3 is just coming and promoting. I think Claudia will resign soon, and that will be the most unexpected result for today's round in total, as the lower rated player, she is lower for 400 rating points, is beating with black color her very strong opponent Claudia Coulon and equalizing the score, taking the match to the tie breaks. And let's see what happened in the tie breaks. It will not be the easy tie breaks for Coulon. That's already the fact, as Tanya, we see that she can focus fully and just don't stand up from the board at all, playing with the same manner the whole game from the beginning till the end. Knight f5, it's just jumping. Knight e6, sorry, it's knight e6.
Like if you push the pawn f3, there might be some unpleasant checks. Knight g5.
Yes, in case of pushing, there is a draw. There is a draw because king f4, knight h3 check, and black king could not leave the rook, and it's just a perpetual check. Just a perpetual check, but of course we are not forced to move that pawn. We can firstly play rook d3 check. And then white is forced to play king c2, and then we can just move the rook away anywhere, for example on d6, and then just push the pawn again. Yeah, it's not a big task for black. I think Tanya will not spend too much time. Yes, she did rook d3 check. Now king c2 is only move, because in case of king e2 there will be rook takes e3.
Well, this means when we're appearing on the screen that we do have an interview. Let's take a look at that.
I'm here with Candela Francisco, who just won her game and is going through to the next round. Tell me, your second World Cup, how has this experience been for you?
I'm really happy. I think that I'm honored to be here. I mean, this year I just played 2 classic tournaments. This is my third one, so it's kind of a miracle for me being here. And I'm really thankful with God. And now that I passed to the second round, it's even more beautiful.
The way this format of the tournament works, you know, we've been interviewing top players and the lower rated players who are paired against each other, but you're in the middle, so your opponent was very close to your rating. How was that for you, and what approach did you use?
Yeah, actually I was expecting that because of my yellow. It was kind of obvious, but okay, it was a nice match to start this tournament, so you can be in better form. I'm thinking every move, every plan. I think I prepare like I mostly do, so nothing really different.
And you drew the first game, so going into the second game, did you have the mentality of I must win this, or were you okay with getting a draw and going to playoffs?
I mean, I was just going to play the game. This win was just a present. If it was draw, no problem. Tomorrow we play. Yesterday, the game, I have many chances, so it was kind of sad, but okay. Yeah. Today was better.
And you've played really well in youth tournaments and now in the elite women's. What do you prefer, and how do you see this change in level?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So you, as 18 years old, you know, you've been on the youth stage performing really well, and now you're on the elite top women's stage. How do you see that difference? What do you prefer? And you know, what goes into the training and the level of the chess?
Of course, I prefer this tournament. It's just something really amazing. But every single tournament, I think it's a good opportunity to play good chess, to continue studying and try new things. So I'm really happy.
Do you have any goals that you've set for yourself for this event?
Yeah, of course I want to go to the final. I know it's something complicated, but with God's not impossible.
Yeah. And tomorrow, since you don't have to play the tie breaks, you have a day off. Are you going to use that to prepare or kind of just rest, see Batumi? What approach do you use in these tough tournaments?
Probably I will be preparing most of the day, but of course maybe go to walk a little bit or some rest, but yeah, a lot of prepare as well.
Well, thank you so much. Good luck to whoever your opponent will be. I think you will see that now after the round. And yeah.
I play with the first girl of the tournament, so it will be an interesting match.
Yes, a fun one nonetheless. Good luck for that.
Thank you.
We had with us 2023 World Junior Girls Chess Champion and also Continental Women's Chess Champion of Americas in 2023 and 2025. Superstar, actually, this is her second time of playing at the World Cup. And you know what is her goal at this event? to go to the finals all the way. She says
Excellent
it's difficult,
goal.
but
And the
not
game is over.
impossible. And it was very interesting that she mentioned that this is her third classical chess tournament, and it's already month 7, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Super.
All right, the game has finished, and we do have another tie breaks for tomorrow for the menu for us, and I'm so excited to have tie breaks, you guys. We talked about the format of the tie breaks. We're gonna have first rapid games, 2 games, and then in case of the ties, we might also have more and more games. Can go all the way to the sudden death. This game is still in progress. Alice Lee, she's facing the youngest participant of this tournament from Sri Lanka, and Alice Lee is making a draw, and draw is enough for her to qualify to the next round.
Yes, this is a position of Alice Lee, and the game is just hopeless to win with white. The position is just dead draw. They will agree on draw. It's actually nothing to commentate about this position. Alice Lee is just jumping with the knight. She can play knight c2, then play knight e3, and then just capture on g2. The last pawn on the board gone. And okay, I don't think that they will continue playing that position with extra piece for white, but without any pawns on the board.
No chance to lift the game. Well, we asked earlier our viewers how many tie breaks do you expect, and most of the people responded 1 to 5. It was 44%. And I think it's time to learn the truth. This is the final game, actually, and we are quite safe here in this position. So we can say that we have confirmed 9 tie breaks for tomorrow. We answered.
We answered 10 to 15, but I was saying 8 to 12. You remember?
Yes.
That option I like more, 8 to 12. So we got 9 tie breaks. Not few, actually, not few. Okay, they still continue playing, but there is no big point here. It's a little bit even strange to play this position.
And of course, there are all of them very interesting, these tie breaks, but we do have some interesting ones. Cullen Claudia against Miranda Rodriguez Tania. This is the game that we were watching. And another, Kirtaze Anastasia against Mahnadze Budziashvili An. And we have Orl Zara against Kaponenko Ina as well, and many more fun for us for tomorrow. And you guys, make sure that you join us at 3 p.m.
Rapid tournaments are more fun, definitely, than the classical chess. So let's see how it goes. They are repeating the moves again and again. Yeah, it just maybe they are waiting to pass the 50 moves rules, or what else? What else? Maybe I have to refresh my screen to watch the current position of Lee Ellis. I will find it.
What she's doing, she's just not capturing. She just makes the knight moves, which is a draw, but also there's possibility to take this pawn on g2. Last standing soldier on the board. Yeah, this is actually interesting. You would do that, right? Just capture this.
Of course. We are talking about how to save the energy, how to have a rest, you know, and just keeping more time unnecessarily at the board.
Yeah, but Alice will have tomorrow day off in case of a draw.
And also I wanted to say that she's young, she has enough energy, and also she's not spending any energy in this position. Even she will play another 1,000 moves. But the situation is a little bit strange. The position is just dead draw. And Alice is thinking. Alice is thinking. It's very interesting. What is she thinking about? Maybe she wants to win, but how?
Looking for some checkmating ideas.
Yes, but it's not enough pieces at all.
There is no any practical chance to do that, right?
I think the only chance is somehow to put the king on f2, somehow to put the king on f2 and do the knight f4 check
But
to
there's
gain the g2 pawn. For example, to play knight f5 in this position, to play knight f5, and in case the bishop still is on a8, then I have king e3, but king g4 still nothing. Yeah, even in that case. So on bishop b7, king e3, there is two moves that white can do. This is bishop c8, one move, and another move is king g4. So no chances to win, of course. But she's still thinking. Oh my God, she start thinking.
That's very interesting. I want to know what is going through his mind right now.
That will be a nice interview, actually,
very nice
with
interview.
Alice, to ask what she was thinking about on the move number 2089. Okay, that's just a joke, of course. She can do whatever she likes. This is her game. She could think, she could do the immediate moves, and so on, so on. Okay, so this is what we have in the end of the day.
The final day for today, in fact, is it final day? I see more games.
There is one more game, actually, what I also mentioned. This is Pauline Guchard. No, we have Balajayeva, Khanim against Kali Ahmed Elnas. Oh, which is also making no sense to review. This is just a dead draw position.
And you asked what was the result between these two players earlier, because the draw will be a decider because Kali Ahmed Elnas won against Khanim
Balajayeva. Yes, they have almost the same rating, so it's not an unexpected result. And it will be a draw. Definitely Black will not lose this game. So what else do we have here? We have anything interesting? No, still Bulmaga. We have Bulmaga here with the white colors. She already won the first game and she's winning the second game also. She's piece up, is not risking anything at all. What to consider here for white to play? If we want to win, let's talk like that. If we want to win, what to consider? Maybe queen d2?
Yep.
Why not? What she did, she played queen c5.
Queen c5.
Also possible. Same
Offering
idea.
the queen trade, yeah.
Same idea. He just wanted to put the queen on d2 to keep the d file. But that also makes sense, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, piece up. White is just piece up. They have the multiple different options to continue the game.
Probably queen to f3 to give some checks.
To create some troubles. But even that, in that case, there is just queen c3. And then start attacking the e5 pawn. Ruslan is going to do, and she played queen d3. The same queen c3 could happen here. Or maybe even bishop c3. In case of bishop c3, there will be queen g3 check. No, that's not good. So on queen d3, I think queen c3
is enough. And then you can play also rook to e1 to build up some pressure on e5 pawn with bishop to c7 as well.
Yes, later bishop on c7. Also, we have to mention that if the black queen leaves the d file, then rook e7 will not be possible because of bishop d8 pin. So black is in trouble. Black is in trouble. That's a fact. And on the same time, Bulmaga does not need to win to qualify for the next round. Even the draw is enough. here we are. She played queen c3.
Well, we do have a few games only. Let's take a look one by one. And the next game that we can see is Corey Daisy against Wang Chi Kao. Corey Daisy is in must-win situation because she lost the first game.
And she is winning. She is absolutely winning. But here also there will not be a big difference in rating, right? Between Corinne Daisy and Wang, they have almost the same. No, the 100 points, a little bit more.
100,
yeah.
and also Corey is a player 2400.
Mm-hmm.
Is a sister of George Corey.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
so
also
she's
a
winning,
master.
so it will be the tie-break number 10. It means we are winning the bet. We bet on 10 to 15, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We're on the way. Another game that is in progress, Pauline Gihart against Daria Charoshkina.
So the first round, what did they do in the first round? Because now it seems like a draw.
Daria has won.
Yeah. Then she's in the next round. She's in the next round because the position is dead draw also.
Mm-hmm.
What else could we review there? Which game?
The game Li Yukshan against Mamadova Gulnar.
Mamadova Gulnar. Did she won the first game?
The first game was a draw.
First game was a draw. That's interesting. And the second game is also the how many tie breaks, Katie?
Ooh, I think we're winning the bet.
Wow. She has slightly better position, but could not improve anything there. So it's very close to draw. Last move was h5, h5 blocking the king side, and white could not improve. They could not improve. For example, if white plays knight d3, there will be queen e2 check. Knight has to go back. And then queen e6 back. It's just super equal position. Knight h4. Mamadova played knight h4. Just in case, keep on pressure on g6 pawn. And now what can we suggest? Maybe bishop d4.
Right.
As the knight from f3 was controlling the d4 square, now we can play bishop d4.
With idea queen e2, yeah?
Yes. Yes, it happened in the game. Li Yunshan played bishop d4. It's very interesting. How old is Li Yunshan? She looks like a young chess player.
Let me check.
After bishop d4, Mamadova Gulnar is thinking, and she played queen f3. Now king f7 will be the most safe move ever, just to support the g6 pawn and having the easy life. Knight on h4 is a little bit unclear. What is it doing there? After king f7.
Yeah, women international master Li Yunshan from Canada. She's 23 years old.
Yes, quite young. And her rating?
Her rating is at this moment, and the standard chess it is 2230.
Mm-hmm. So, less than Mamadova Gulnar. That will be another tie breaks. But sometimes it happens when somebody wants to win too much. Mm-hmm. She can lose that game. I hope it will not happen with Gulnar, because knight h4 is kind of a sign already of that she wants to win too much. The position does not allow that. Knight on h4 will not be a good piece. So I'm suggesting king f7 here. But Li is still thinking. The current position is this. So I think she will do that king f7 anyway, now or later.
Yeah, it will be a really good result for Lee to go to the tie breaks, as Gulnar is really experienced player.
Yes. I think she also played all Olympiads from the first till now.
Representing Azerbaijan, yeah.
Lee is going to decide. Okay, let's take a look at Lee Alice game. I hope she ended up. Yes, she ended up. She played till the end, and she played that knight f4. but the white is capturing on g3, black is also capturing on g2, and that's it.
Yeah.
Just a draw.
Here we have a draw.
We can go back to Mamadova's game, as we have the camera there, and we can watch it.
And as we were talking about Alice Lee, now we have her at the interview, and I really wonder what was her thinking process when she had knight in the end versus bishop. So let's take a look at the interview.
I'm here with a young player that I've been excited to interview for quite some time now, Alice Lee. Alice, you are going through to the next round. You had a tough game now, though you were pushing for some results I saw there. Tell me how your first two games have been.
I think the first game was quite good. I just played it normally because I was white and I was able to win. So coming into the second game, I only need a draw to advance. And I think the opening position I got was decent. Like, she had some like weak squares, and I thought I was positionally doing quite well. But then I like blundered this pawn at some point with like knight of 6, and then it just became very hard to play because I went to an endgame down a pawn. And at that point I was like, okay, if I make a draw, then I won't be happy. And I was playing a bit on her clock because she was spending a lot of time. But yeah, I don't think I had any chances to win, but she did play quite well to put some pressure on me in this game.
And you're one of the youngest players here, but did you know that your opponent is the youngest and currently the youngest WIM in the world?
Yeah, I saw that. And of course, it's always very tough actually playing somebody younger than me in a match. I don't think I've ever done it before. And now I'm the one who's like kind of trying to fight with like the young talent.
You're usually the younger one at the board playing against the older. And speaking of that, you just came off of the Kearns Cup. We had an exceptional tournament. Did that give you some confidence coming into the Women's World Cup?
Definitely it gave me confidence over my play result, especially because that was like one of the best results I've ever had. But I think for this tournament, because the format is quite different, I can't really think too much. Like, it's just everything is so unpredictable here, and I have to focus. But it was like good to have such a great result before this tournament.
And before our interview now, I was looking at all of your achievements, you know, thinking of which ones to kind of pinpoint and talk about, but there are so many and you're so young. So I want to ask you, what is your favorite achievement you've had in your chess career?
I think the 2024 American Cup win was really great because I had to not only win, but come back from like a match loss where it was double elimination, so I had to win 2 matches in order to win. I think also the Kearns Cup, as we mentioned, was also like the best result performance-wise. But yeah, I think the American Cup was just great because it was also the first big win that I had, and it felt like great. The first time, the second time was also good, but the first time was the best.
And when you play these tournaments, you usually are the youngest participant. They see you as the prodigy. Do you have any, how do you feel about the expectations that people put on you for that? How do you manage those expectations?
I think, yeah, that used to be something that I was like thinking about a lot, especially as I was chasing the IM title, and it was like, oh, I need to become like the youngest IM to break some certain record. But I think now, like, I just kind of have set my own goals, and of course, like GM is like there's some expectations to maybe get norms, but also it's just a very long process, so I have to actually like have very good results consistently first.
Do you think about these goals in the long term when you're playing these tournaments, or do you only think about the tournaments and the games?
I think when I consider the tournaments, I do consider like long run. In general, it's better to play against strong opponents. So I try to play in like strong events, like the Karen's Cup, and this tournament also has many very strong players. But I think like also when I get invited to tournaments, immediately I just try to do well.
And tell me finally, Alice Lee, what is something you enjoy doing outside of chess? How do you relax or enjoy?
I like writing, also reading, especially like, oh yeah, I brought a book here, but I have like, I always bring a book to chess tournaments, but sometimes I never like end up reading it. So yeah.
What's the title of this book that you brought?
The Three-Body Problem, it's the third book of the series. Yeah. So it's destined.
Well, awesome. I'm sure we'll catch up with you again in the future round. So good luck and enjoy your rest day tomorrow.
Thank you.
We are back from the. We just listened to the interview. We're laughing right now because we have something very interesting for you guys to ask. And I don't know if this is not a crucial and brutal question that we have also been asked. Valerie, what is your favorite Georgian food? This is so brutal question to ask after 5 hours or 4 hours. Not eating food at all. The options, hinkali, hachapuri or something else Georgian. What we vote for?
I don't know. That's a very difficult question for me because I love every food in Georgian cuisine. But if I compare hinkali to hachapuri, then definitely hinkali.
Okay.
If I can say something else, then everything else is also good.
So what do you say, hinkali, hachapuri or everything else?
Okay, hinkali.
Hinkali. Yeah, okay.
Hinkali
I will
is the
vote
best.
for you. I'll vote for
Okay.
you.
And what about you?
So difficult. I think I would just vote something else because I also like Georgian, like more like plant-based food. We have pali, for instance, which is a plant-based.
Yes,
I like
excellent.
walnuts. I like also Georgian tomatoes. So yeah,
I agree.
We're just so hungry
Yeah,
at this point. So we're just going hinkali. This is hachapuri. I think will be the most voted one. So let's push hinkali in the votes. And hachapuri at this point is the favorite one indeed. Yeah, guys, go ahead and vote which one is your favorite. And if you have not tried yet, where have you been? Find a Georgian restaurant in your town and try because it is one of the best cuisines that we are very much proud. So we actually had the very, very sweet interview with Alice Lee. She's an adorable person.
Yes,
Let's start with that. But she's so dangerous at the
is.
chessboard. I don't want to face her at the chessboard. Definitely, she's scary. She's very strong. And you know what? I was just looking at her and I was thinking, like, when she will be, the world champion, I'll be very proud that I had a lot of chances to interview her, to analyze her games. And I'll be very proud. I'll be very, very proud person. And also, she's very nice to talk.
Yeah, she loves chess. She loves chess too much. That's very important, sometimes decisive thing. When you are doing exactly that job, what you love most of all. That's very close to happiness.
Very close to happiness. We do have final games in progress. We still don't know how many of them go into the qualifiers tomorrow. Let's get back to the playing venue and let's get the board back on the screen.
So here we have Mamadova Gulnar against Lee Yunshan. They are repeating the moves. And could be that they already ended up the game if we see it on the camera. Maybe they already ended up as they repeated last two moves. Starting from here, check, knight d7, queen f3, knight b8 back, check. I think it's ended up. Yes, it's ended up. It's draw. It's finished.
So that's another qualifiers. No, the tie breaks. We have the three final games now in progress. And the last board that I see, it says Pauline against Daria. It's already draw, the weekend game. And this is Hanim Baba
Balajayeva, Kali Ahmed. Oh, this is a board I have on the screen. It's very interesting. Let's take a look how old is Kali Ahmed Elnaz. I think she's like 14 or 15, something like that. She won the first game. I'm playing another game right now. She played King H1. The position is very close to draw, definitely. As it is very difficult to improve with a white. I mean to support the king with the queen and on the same time to support the white passed pawn. So I think here black could play even h5. The moves like h5, h4 makes sense to make the opponent's king more weak, like having the extra check from g3 in case we need. So let's see what Elnaz is going to do. This is a position she is thinking. She has 4 minutes versus 6 minutes for Balajayeva Khanim. Could you please take a look at the age of Kali Ahmed Elnaz, Katie, please?
I'll go ahead.
She played what she played, I can see. Maybe she played queen b5 or king g8 maybe. Okay, I don't have that move yet. But maybe she played king g8. So how it was a little bit later.
So she's 14 years old, 15 years old.
15 years old and also qualifying. That's excellent. I think they have almost the equal rating, but still it is a big success to qualify for the next stage. Yes, it seems like she played king g8. I will refresh my screen because I don't have that new move. But it seems like it was king g8 played from her. Yes, king g8, she did king g8. She's just waiting as it is very difficult to improve the position, as I already said, with white. On the same time, we have multiple tasks. One is to support the king from perpetual checks, and another is to support the a passed pawn to push it ahead. So it is possible in case of queen b6 or queen a3 to support the pawn, but in that case, the check started here, starting like this, and on g3 there will be queen d2, and king g1 it will be queen e1, king g2, queen e2, and in case of queen f2 I can still go on c4 and just waiting again. This is the current position where Balajayeva is thinking. So now or later she will jump from that corner with her king to the center because she has nothing to risk. Draw and losing the game is almost the same from that point of view. Yeah, she will risk. And she played what she played. She played queen e1. So in this position she played queen e1. Still h5, h4. I like that for black, just to put that h5, h4. This is a big chance, extra chance there for the perpetual check, or in case black gonna gain the g2 pawn when the white king start moving to the center. So for example, h5, queen a1.
Queen a6, you have to stop that.
Queen a6 is only move. Then
queen a4.
Queen a4, for example. In that case, I can already play h4.
Queen b4.
Queen b4 and even g5. Even like that.
And after queen b6, now you can already give a check.
On queen b6, there is a checks.
Yeah.
So let's see. She played queen a2. Also makes sense. Queen a2. It's a good move. Attacking that pawn from behind makes sense. And again, the same problem for white to improve the position.
Yeah. It's not so easy. The king is quite. There's not enough pawns actually.
Not
The
enough pawns,
king is
yes.
not weak or anything. It's just not enough pawns.
Yeah.
If there is like 3 pawns or 4 pawns on the king side, then
That
she'll
makes
try.
sense, yes. Okay, king is not weak, but it's not weak in case the white queen is helping it. If the
Well, there
white
is
queen-
another game in progress. Maybe this one is more tempting for us. Corey Daisy against Wang Shiqiao. They have the Endgame, where Daisy Corey is in must-win situation.
And she's winning. She's winning. She's in must-win and she's winning. Yes, the position is completely winning.
We can see the like basically empty playing venue with only final 2 games in progress.
Yes, here on king c6 there will be very strong knight c2. Knight d4 check is hanging. On the same time king e5 and knight d4 is forcing. And if king goes on c8, then we have to find out something better maybe than knight c2. Or
Look
king
at this
e5.
shirt of Corey Daisy. Those are alpacas on her.
That's
Very
correct.
nice. Very nice.
King e5 possible, of course. The position is with a huge advantage, decisive advantage. White is 2 pawns up. 2 pawns up, it's absolutely winning, but it will be a long game. I will promise that. So she played king d8, maybe? Seems like king d8. On the screen we can see she played king d8. Yes, king d8 was in the game. How to respond on king d8? It's interesting. Okay, first of all, I have to say that there is rook a8 check always, and in case of king e7, there is rook h8. Taking on b4 and king g3, and we are gaining the h pawn. But Corey Daisy played, yes, she played check.
And then we have bishop.
And bishop
Bishop
c8.
c8 covering the
we
check.
have this. Bishop c8.
Yep, well, this game is still in progress. Corey Daisy has to convert this winning position, but it's
Yes.
still not done yet. It's true that she's wearing this beautiful alpaca sweater, but she needs really, really full motivation, concentration to win this game and tomorrow to get the tie breaks. You guys, we're taking our final break today and we'll be back after that. And hopefully we're going to have already the final results of the day.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
This August, Washington, D.C. becomes the global capital of youth chess. 50-plus countries. One world stage. The World Schools Team Championship 2025. Where strategy meets spirit. Friendships are made. Cultures are shared. Moves are remembered. And alongside the tournament, something big is happening. Welcome to the Smart Move Summit. August 4th and 5th, 2025, right here in Washington. A global education conference exploring how chess transforms learning. Inspiring talks, practical tools, global ideas. From the classroom to the chessboard and back again. Chess builds minds, builds futures. 2 events, 1 vision, smart kids, smart moves, smart world.
This is the second day of the round 1 of 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup in Batumi, Georgia. And we do have final 2 games now in progress. Very important 2 games. In one game, we have a must-win situation for Corey Dacey to win with white pieces against Wang Chikiao. And another game, also must-win situation for Balajayeva Hanim to win against Elnaz Kaliahamet, and we can see both of them on the screen. So far, we have don't have much of the changes. It's going to be slow game as we predicted.
Actually, Balajayeva improved a little bit. She moved the pawn for 1 square ahead. So let's see how it happened.
Oh, Black did not go for h5, h4, which was very nice playing.
Yes. So after this, we were watching this moment. Check, check. Queen a5, queen a3, and check. Yes. Check and queen c7. Okay. King h2, queen a4, queen c3, queen f4 check. Okay. Oh, check. Check. And a6. This is a big progress, actually.
It's a huge progress. It's closer to the back rank. If that happens once more and the pawn gets on a7, that's going to be so tricky.
That's it.
Let's take a look at the Corey's game and
let's take a look. Let's go to the Corey's game. Yeah, it become better than it was. Or wait a sec. Yes, seems like that. It is it is black to move.
It is black to move and
rook b2 or rook h4. Rook b2 or rook h4. I think rook h4. It seems like Corey missed the big part of the advantage.
Seems like that. You can play rook to b2 or rook to h2 either to go after h4 pawn. And if black starts to pick up the pawns, then it will be very tricky for white to win the endgame with so less pieces on the board, right?
Yes.
You don't have enough forces to.
So, for example, rook h2, knight takes g7, and rook takes h4.
And now hitting the pawn on b4. If you pick up one of these 2 pawns, then you can sacrifice your bishop for another pawn.
And how to protect the b4 pawn? Now we're just taking it. So
it's quite surprising because Corey Dacey is a very experienced chess player and she has been there for a long time. She's the World Youth Chess Champion under 16, World Youth Junior Chess Champion as well in 2011. She's American Continental Women's Chess Champion in 3 years, 2011, 2016, and 2017. And also, Valerie, do you know that she is representing her team, her country, Peru, at the Women's Chess Olympiad since 2004, which was actually back then when she was only 11 years old.
Wow.
So she was one of the strongest kids, and she was in my age actually, and I was really afraid of her.
Right?
She's from Peru.
Peru. The Canadian is Wang. I mean, the opponent is Canadian.
The opponent is from China. The Canadian
so we had somebody from Canada.
Yeah, she already finished the game.
She already finished.
So her brother, Corey Dacey's brother, is Jorge Corey. Jorge, yes, I know that. I said Georgian at the beginning. I remember now.
Or even George.
Yeah, it's kind of, I call it. Yeah, it's Jorge Corey. And she's also one of the strongest grandmasters. And talking about Daisy, she is actually only female chess player who has achieved the woman grandmaster title in her country. Very experienced chess player, a very strong chess player, but still too much nerves in this tournament. It's a knockout system, and if she is not winning this game, she's out.
So that's it. That's it. It's drawish. It's drawish.
So one pawn is gone already.
And another pawn is also going
and
away.
hanging, yeah.
So this is the current position. Last move was rook a2, so black definitely will capture on b4. And on rook h2, bishop e4 maybe is not the best option because of knight f5. But still, bishop b1.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just a draw. It's just a draw, even
It's
in
very
case.
difficult to lose this game, right? Even
Yes.
if the worst scenario, you give up your bishop for the pawn. Rook and the
By the
knight
way,
is
here
much
is
easier
rook
draw.
h6 check. Sorry, here is rook h6 check. Interesting, but king a5. King a5 makes sense. And I'm not giving even that pawn. Maybe now or later you can still capture it, but it will not be enough to win the game. Now let's go to Balajaeva's game. So it means that in case of draw, Corey Daisy is eliminating from the waltz.
That will be another big upset, actually, of the first round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Oh, sorry, the World Cup.
Rook g4, even more. Oh, wow. Rook g4 is even more interesting.
And now the bishop on c8, giving a check.
Why not to capture here on b4? It is kind of... the phone is asking, like, eat it.
Take
But
me.
no, bishop c8 check, king f6, rook f4 check. And the point is to capture the g5 pawn, Katie. The point is to capture the g5 pawn.
And how you're doing that with the king e5, rook to f7, right?
No, rook g4 back. Just back.
Oh, wow, that's so
Just
powerful.
back. Just back,
That's
and
so
that's
powerful.
it. Just immediate draw. It's just immediate draw. It's not even the tactics here like king e7, because there will be rook g4, and on king d8 I just capture on g5. Okay, so it seems like this game will end it up soon. Now let's go to Balajaeva's game. This is the position. So Balajaeva is preparing to start moving with the king. She will choose the best moment and she will move that white king for sure. Otherwise, it will be just impossible to win. Okay, here we are waiting the news a little bit later. Let's go back to the Corey's game.
And in the end, Wang Chikiao decided to capture the pawn on b4.
Anyway?
Well, after rook to h2, now rook g4.
Yes, but rook g4 was so simple. So simple. Why to capture that b4 pawn at all? Yeah?
Yeah. Well, woman international master Wang Chikiao from China. She's only 17 years old. And she so far is doing great. The moment Corey Daisy gave her a chance, Wang is doing a really good job in the endgame.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. But still, I don't like rook takes b4. Let's be honest. When you have the draw in the pocket, you have to do it. So after rook g4, the draw was in the pocket. After rook b4, the game is still on. Rook h2, rook g4. And now white can play rook h5, I hope so, to save that pawn.
And the bishop is really standing on c8, right? Maybe
Yes.
after rook h5, you have to play bishop to a6 and get this bishop on d3 to protect your pawn on h7.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
But definitely the position obviously is draw, but it could end up immediately with rook g4, immediate rook g4. Rook b2 check.
Rook b2 check has happened. Now, three moves are relatively good. You don't want to play king to c5 to blunder.
Even king c5 is okay, because I have rook c4 blocking it.
Yeah, but you don't want to go to the end game with king so close to the h-pawn.
Yes, but I don't think it's on time you see, for example, king c5, check, rook c4, trade on c4, trade, And how to get to that
King
pawn?
f7.
King f7, okay,
Yeah,
it
okay.
does not matter actually. Bishop b7, and on king g8, bishop e4.
Knight h5.
Knight e8 or h5,
yeah.
yes. And just king moves. Oh, not
Okay,
here,
yeah.
not here, not here, not here, sorry. One more time. So king c5, rook c2, rook c4. Take, king f7, bishop b7, king g8, bishop e4, knight h5, king d4, knight f6, bishop f5, take this, king e5, it's just a dead draw. Knight never could block the diagonal, this diagonal, right?
Yeah.
When my king is there,
Very
it's
close
just
to the pawn,
impossible.
that's right.
Just impossible. But still, Wong is thinking.
Coming back to the other game that is in progress, White is trying
They are in
so
time trouble
hard.
already.
They're in time trouble, and also the position gets really complicated as White is must-win situation. She tries her best and pushes the pawn g4 after activating the king on f3.
The problem, the biggest problem for White here is that extra pawn is an A pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is very difficult to hide from the checks while the A pawn is on the board. With B pawn, the chance is rising twice. But with the A pawn, it is very difficult to hide from the checks.
Yeah, because there's no any other
Any
file
side,
for
yes,
the
yes,
king
and
to go.
there is
yeah.
no another side to hide.
Exactly.
Do I have the correct position? I mean, the current position, I think there is some
The current
more
position
moves.
is king on g4.
Somehow I have to refresh it again.
Yes, let's do that.
Here we are. Yes, this is a position. I don't think it was the best option to play g4. It was better to try to move with the king immediately, because as less pawns on the board, less chances to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. And now also there is not much of the options to hide the king or just
That's true.
have enough pieces. So the check queen to b4 is one way, or you can just pass and you can play king to g8 is another move you can play here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What about the time? Okay.
1 minute for
Kaliyev
White, 1 minute 50 seconds for White, 3 minutes 30 seconds for Black.
That's enough time. I think another board has less time.
And they're getting 30 seconds of increment. There is a draw claim in the game of Curry Daisy. There's a draw claim. 3-4 repetition.
They repeat the checks. Why White did that? Why not to try that
I
rook
thought you
h2 and rook
forgot that she
h5?
played earlier this rook to check. That's a 3-4 repetition, right?
Wait, do they continue?
No.
They continue.
Did they?
Or maybe the arbiters will check.
Arbiter has to
Yes.
check now.
Yes,
they
they
will
are
be
checking.
waiting.
They
yeah.
are checking. The VAR system is
Yeah.
on. Okay.
So, wait a moment. Like, check. Check. Is
Yeah,
it?
yes,
It is repetition because earlier
Yes,
they
yes,
had.
it is. Yes,
Earlier
it is.
they had this position.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's 3 times. Okay, so it seems like they will fix the draw there. Let's go to Balajayeva's game again. King h7 was played. How to improve with the white? How to improve? That's so difficult. It's so difficult. I have even no idea how to improve.
One way to do to win the game is to trade the queens. Like if the queen can jump on f5 right now, give a check and trade the queen. That's the winning because the a pawn is far advanced. But of course, that's the only trick here in this position that black has to avoid.
Yes.
And the arbiter comes back. And
what's the final decision?
And
first of all, we have to find out the correct board.
Yeah. Exactly. And we have
we have quite a long conversation there.
a lot of people involved.
Yes. I hope
I
they
don't
are
think
not
it's a
noisy
draw.
there.
I don't think it's a draw, Valerie.
Yeah? Because
Yeah.
if it is draw, they're going to fix it immediately,
Yeah,
right?
they're
But it was
explaining.
3 times.
Once in London, actually, I thought it was 3 false repetition, but I was certain about that, but they said no.
Oh, interesting
Handshake,
situation.
handshake, yeah,
that's
handshake,
it,
yeah.
Yes, so congratulations to
Wang Shiqiao, international
yes.
master from China. Very young player, 17 years old only, and she is rated 22-29. This is a huge achievement for her. Unfortunately, Corey Daisy, we have to say goodbye to her.
Yes, and she had a very good chance to win.
Yeah.
She had a huge advantage
To win,
and
to go
in
to tiebreakers.
two
'Cause
tiebreaks,
we have to mention that Wang Shiqiao did a great job to win against Corey Daisy in the first round.
So we have this position where Pelagieva improved again.
Her pieces are getting on the other side of the board, right? The board is getting smaller and smaller.
So king h6 does not work because of queen e3 check. King goes a7, and since I have the pawn on a7, it's winning. So king h6 does not work. What about king h8? On king h8 there is oh my gosh! Game over. Fatty, game over. Such a pity.
Wait, was it a blunder?
It was, and it was not the first blunder.
She's going king to h6. She could
Yes.
play g6 as well.
She could play. Here is how to win here easily.
Oh my goodness.
How to win here easily. Queen
Oh
e3
my
check
goodness.
and a7, okay, but here should be another
Queen.
thing also.
You can also do something like queen f5, queen h5.
Queen f5.
She goes queen to e3, yeah.
Oh my gosh, queen f5 was winning immediately. Yes, immediately.
Yeah, queen f5. You take the pawn, I checkmate. If you give me a check, then I cover. Queen e3?
Yes. Queen e3, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my godness.
Oh.
Queen f5 was winning in one move.
We said that when the pawn is on a3, it's a winning, but it's not so clear, actually.
It's not so
Valerie.
clear, yes.
Yeah.
It's not so clear.
Wow, this is a second chance for
So
Elnas.
now she has to play. What to play? King g6. King g6. No, on king g6. King g6.
King g6.
Yeah. King g6 and a7 probably.
a7, yeah. Wow, this pawn went too far. This pawn went
But
way
still
too
very
far.
difficult to win, right?
Yeah, what she played? f5?
I
Let's
don't
say
know
king
what she did.
f3,
What she did?
f5.
Sure?
f5, yeah.
So f5 and king
h3.
h3.
So basically here the only move that makes draw is king to h7, and she's going to play king. Only move is king h7, and she's doing that.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, such a pity. Blunder, we can say, or missing the winning move, queen f5, that Balajayeva could play queen f5 and winning in one move. Instead of that, she played queen e3. And now we have the drawish position again.
Exactly, and it's so difficult to improve white's queen position. If you get this queen on b8 with a check, of course you are winning because you're promoting then the pawn with the next move. But white's king is also exposed. The moment you leave the third rank, I'll start to give checks with black.
Also that f-pawn, you know, I can push it. If you don't create a threat, I can push it.
But like after a4, now queen e4 is a blunder. So that's still so tricky. Queen goes to a4. She wants to play queen g4 next move. Or maybe f4 even.
f4, yeah.
Yeah.
So, for example, on king g3, there is f4 check. Queen takes and take on a7. So there is no king g3. So what to play? King g2?
Do you think Balajayeva already knows that she had a chance? Or?
No.
This move is very difficult, queen f5.
Queen f5, yes. When you have the time trouble, so she has less than 2 minutes. Otherwise, of course, and also tired, you know, they are playing already how many hours? 5.5 hours. Oof. Yeah, 5.5 hours. It's not for you. Let's see if Balajayeva will create some extra chances, which is actually a little bit difficult, not a little bit, quite difficult. Yeah, actually black does not want to play queen g4 and queen takes h5. It's impossible. For example, I will do just a random move. And
wait, king g3?
No, king h2.
King h2, oh, okay.
Played king h2. Now we can move the pawn. Now we
it's
can
very important that black control the a4 square, so there is no check to support also a8 square for the pawn.
No, she decided queen h4 check.
Yeah, she cannot take the pawn on h5 because white just promotes the queen.
On the same time, there is, even if I'm not promoting, there is queen h3.
Exactly, queen to g4. I think she wants to. I don't like queen g4 somehow.
I don't like it. It was better to stay there.
Yeah.
King f2, most obvious. What else?
Queen g3. Also possibility.
Yes, but I want to support that pawn with the queen. Just to be supported and just move with the king, for example, like this. And capture the a5 pawn. Yeah.
Kung fu manner.
King f2. Queen h4 check. We couldn't go king e2 because of queen h5 check. Also makes sense. On king e2 there is queen h5 check. Oh wow. Then how to move? Where to move? We have to give that pawn. No, king g1, then it will be the checks again. Queen g4 and king f1 has to be done. And she will play king f1, I'm sure of that. No, king f2 again. Then it will be again queen h4. Yes, so we have this position on the board. King f1 is just necessary to play.
Is it second time repetition or not?
That's second time. But now she will play king f1. When somebody will tell her that queen f5 was winning in one move, it will be so stressful.
Very bad feeling.
Be so stressful.
I'm like 50-50 about Elna's no, so that because when you're making a move, you see the blunder immediately. I think that she played a very good poker face if she saw that she was losing.
Let's see. King e2 and black did not capture on h5. Wow. That was possible to capture. Okay, it's not changing much. Somehow we have to get to the f5 pawn with the white king. But I don't know how. I actually don't know how, because on king d3 there is queen a3 check, and we have no king d4.
This position without pawns are draw, obviously. So with the pawn, black having this extra pawn on the queen side. This is move 102, by the way. Officially the longest game of the tournament so far.
Maybe for whole tournament will be the longest game.
No one likes long games because it's so difficult to then come back to the next day. Yeah, they might not have tie breaks, but it's very difficult.
You can get one back. Queen c4. Yeah, Balajayeva is doing the moves on the last seconds.
Yeah, that's true actually.
She missed a very big chance. Yeah, excellent chance. She never had the chance like that during this game.
Two moves checkmate, yeah?
Yeah. Queen f5.
King goes on e1. Can we show that situation again when she could win? What was that move? Move 92. Move 92, she had a chance doing.
Okay, I'm going to that.
Yeah.
92?
92.
Yes. No, it doesn't show to me 92 here.
Yeah, here.
Here we are, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a moment.
And the only way to win here is queen to f5.
Queen f5 is winning immediately, as the black could not capture the pawn because there is a checkmate. And if black queen does the check, then queen f4 blocking with the check, forcing you to trade the queens with the winning position. She missed that. She missed that. On the same time, Kali Ahmed also did the blunder, right? But what she can do, g6? On g6, there will be queen e7 check.
King h6.
King h6 and take on f6. Or maybe first check, king h7 and then take on f6.
It's not a checkmate in two moves.
Yeah, there is no checkmate and the very big chances for draw.
Well, yeah. What a chance is for white indeed in that position.
Yeah.
But now in the game of 106 moves, they're trying their best. Queen e2 now offering a queen trade. Black will decline that for sure. Queen a4 will do a drop. Queen d5 is another move you can play.
Queen c1 check also.
Queen c1, many options here. And also, now, as the f5 pawn covers the diagonal, there's also no options of trading queens anymore.
Yeah, to block the check with the check.
Yeah.
Well, Naz is thinking, choosing which move to play. Any of them is possible, but maybe Queen A4 is more solid.
And
Yes,
she goes
and
for
she
Queen
did
A4.
that. Now on Queen E3, it will be the same situation with Queen C4 check. Maybe it's time to change the style and play Queen E7 for white. At least to move with the king ahead. That makes sense. I think Queen E7 is the only way to disturb the opponent.
I was thinking somewhere maybe, yeah, H6 kind of things.
Queen
He's
E7,
going
here
for
we are.
that. And black can give a check, Queen to F4 or Queen to D1.
Queen
Those
D1
are
seems
safe
more
options.
obvious. King F2, Queen D2. So what happened? Queen is on.
We have Queen to E7, yeah.
I will go to that refreshment. Queen E7.
And yeah.
Black's still thinking.
Yeah, she's still thinking because she has to be careful. She has to be careful because this queen, there is this tricky move H6 somewhere. There is also the possibility to play Queen to C7, Queen to B8 to support the A pawn. And yeah, she has 3 ways to give a check, 4 ways to give a check, and they're all of them just fine.
Or even play Queen C6, for example. But on Queen C6, it will be Queen A3. The unpleasant move. She play Queen C4 check. And the king goes on F2.
F2. Now can give Queen to F4 check.
Yes. King goes to E2.
And back to Queen to C4 check.
And then king goes to E3. Actually, you know, I have a feeling that Palajayeva deserves to win. Somehow. I just talk with Kaisa.
Got the connection. I don't know about, because Khaled met
Okay,
also.
it's too loud,
like
you know what am I
yeah,
saying
yeah.
now? But connected to that chance, when she had the chance to win in one move.
She had a chance.
Mostly when you are missing your chance, you does not deserve anything later. In the same game.
Yeah.
King D3, yeah. The king starts moving. I'm sure white gonna gain that F5 pawn.
I think it's time to count the moves now. The last pawn trade, a pawn push was H5, and this was move 95. And in 50 moves, which is 140.
But soon I think
45.
white...
It's yeah, we're actually 30 moves away.
No, she will gain the F5 pawn. Hanim will gain F5 pawn. The question is if it is winning after gaining the F5 pawn.
Okay, while this game is in a progress, let's take a look once again. What's the rule of the tie breaks that we're going to have tomorrow? So far, we do have 11 games already into the tie breaks. We're going to have 2 games of the rapid 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. In case if a draw, then we're going to have another 2 rapid games. But now the time will be 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if this ends in a draw, then we're going to have 2 blitz games with 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. If we have all draws tie 1-1, then we're going to have 1 blitz game with 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And well, basically we're going to have this blitz game 3 plus 2 until someone scores a point.
Yes, that will be a long day also, you know, because too many games to play. Somebody will play for sure. Till the end.
How far do you think they will go?
You mean the hours?
In the tie breaks, yeah, in the tie breaks until blitz game, like
until blitz, it will go somewhere for sure. It has to.
We have 2 blitz
out of 10,
yeah.
10
we have
pairs.
2 blitz, 2 blitz, 3 plus 5 plus 3 and 3 plus 2.
Okay, until blitz it go for sure, but then I don't know. Yeah, because 10
Which
pairs,
blitz?
10
5
pairs
plus
too
3
much.
or 3 plus 2? Which blitz?
Okay, both of them is blitz,
Yes,
right? But I don't know which we will reach. But 5 plus
No
3.
connection, Kaiser anymore.
Okay, I'm not disturbing her for every question.
Keeping it for the best moment.
So king b5, queen b3, check. So king goes to c6. Has to. She's going to do that. Yes, she did it.
Which game is up to king c6, yeah?
Yes. I think queen c4 follows. Yes. No. King d6, possible. Just get closer to f5 pawn to capture that pawn, at least to gain another 15 moves. And then let's see.
That's going to be, you know what, if the game goes so far, I might expect here the decisive result from one of the sides. It's very likely that someone will blunder with so long day.
Yeah.
Oh, anything can happen, really.
We are getting in that zone. Also, time pressure will appear also, yeah.
Well, the thing is that I have 30 seconds increment and they don't really have that much of the options, right?
Yeah,
few
sure.
moves only. And yeah, but also Hanim, she plays on the seconds every move.
Yes. Actually, she can be just a little bit open, you know, and just try, just move, yes. Yeah, because you can repeat that position.
And we have the third pair of the score sheets on the board.
So she played king d7.
Look how many score sheets they have on the table.
a lot of it.
It's like a menu.
They have more papers on the board than us.
Yeah, true. And we have a lot. We have a lot. Okay, we don't
Queen
have much
d5,
of the changes. And you can use this moment right now, Valerie, to take a look what kind of matchups we have tomorrow. Let's take a look at the tie breaks that we are expecting tomorrow. And here we go. We have the first one, Amina Karbekova against Alina Sabmobina. Then we have Anastasia Kutaze against Anna Matnadze. Then we have Zara Orl against Ina Gaponenko. Anastasia Avramidou against Nadia Toncheva. And then we have Talia Cervantes against Mungulzu Bat Erdan. And then the other one is Miley Jade Oulat Borda Rodas Anna Paula. And this is not the end. We have another another sheet of the paper here on the screen. Li Yangshang from Canada. She will face Gulnar Mammadova from Azerbaijan.
Wait a sec, something strange is happening here. A huge blunder, Katie. Sorry, I'm disturbing you.
Really?
The Pongan. A7 Pongan in the game. I think we have to go to the game, yes.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
The A7 Pongan. So.
Oh my goodness.
Queen A8 check and King D8.
If you play King F8, there is a checkmate. Is it?
King F8 where?
King F7, Queen to G8 is a checkmate. Here.
Yes.
Can we show that?
So that King E8 was a blunder here. After King E8, Queen A8, and here is no more options because on King F7 there is Queen G8 checkmate.
Have you seen checkmate like that? I've never seen such a funny looking checkmate.
That's amazing. So that's why Balajaeva was forced to play Queen D8, and after Queen A7.
And now she's the one who has to make the draw.
I think they agreed here. Yeah. Unfortunately, pity. Pity and elimination for Balajaeva. Actually, you were right, you know. You were saying that the blunder will come soon, and we had it immediately.
Yeah, it cannot be other way, Valerie. They are playing so long game. They're tired. Blunders are happening at this moment. 118 moves. That's tough.
Yeah. They have, okay, it will be a draw. Now it will be a draw. Yeah. She was
She's
trying.
thinking actually to win
chance.
now.
Yes, why not?
Why not?
Pawn up, risking nothing.
Queen to
but
C8.
the position is just drawish. White is gaining that F5 pawn, as I was saying, but with the A7 pawn on the board. Without
but
A7
a little bit
pawn,
worse scenario, yeah?
Yeah, a little changes. Okay, it's over, I think so. Unfortunately, not only the game, but the tournament is over for Balajaeva Hanim, which is quite talented and we can say already experienced chess player.
International master and just playing
one
for
of the leaders
Azerbaijan
of the team.
for many years. That's true. And a member of the team. And there's another score sheet, please, on the table.
Yeah. So Queen C5 check. I think she'll play King F4. And what else?
Yeah, if you play King E6, then repetition. And if you play King F4,
repetition.
then there's Queen to C1. Yeah, I don't believe that Khalil Ahmed has to play here for more. She has to rest.
She will be completely happy. Just imagine, this is a very big achievement for her. See, she's some 14, 15 years old,
15
right?
years old, yeah.
So this is a great achievement for her and for whole Kazakhstan, by the way.
Oof, absolutely. King E6. Queen C8 will be a second time repetition.
So this
King
is it,
E5,
we are in
and
the
this is
end.
the draw. All right.
Yeah, that's it. Congratulations to Elnaz. Congratulations.
This is indeed a great achievement. We're going to see her in the round 2, obviously. Now is time to take a look at the tiebreaks we are having tomorrow. And we had actually to read out some of the boards and matches up in that file. Let's show, please, the tiebreaks on the screen again. And, well, we talked about this.
Kairbekova Amina against Alina Sapmobina. Kirtadze Anastasia against Matnadze Bugiashvili N. Zalaur against Gaponenko Ina. Avramidou Anastasia against Toncheva Nadia. Cervantes Landeiro Thalia against Munguzul Batardene. Aulet Meili Jade against Border Rodas Ana Paola. This is the first 6, and the rest, so it's 11 in total, if I am counting correctly. So Lee Yunshan against Mamadova Gulnar, Omonova Umida against Mile Sophie, Zahedifar Anahita against Beudalieva Govhar, Priyanka K against Gal Zhoka, also another young player from Hungary, very talented, Colon Claudia against Miranda Rodriguez Tania. This is the tie breaks for tomorrow.
And we are looking forward to meet you again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Georgian time. We're going to have 11 tie breaks, and we do have the 2 games starting in rapid games, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. Players don't have much of the time, so you don't want to miss any of the actions. It is final goodbye from us, from Kathy and Valerie. We see you tomorrow.
Bye.